Hello, videos enjoyer. I think I want the piano music instead of this one. You know what? It's not bad. Okay, I'm gonna get myself something to drink, I guess, and then we can start. Work. FK. 10 minutes. Stream starting. Why always feel this union instead of? Um, I think he was not being entirely precise with this. I think he just sketched this. I would expect OS to be a comp time swapped type. Hello, hello. Is there a library for better interoperability between Zig and JavaScript? Yes, there are at least a couple. One, I think it's called Zigar. That lets you utilize Z code in your JavaScript. Project wiki. Okay, so what is Zigar? There's another one, maybe more minimalistic, that I would still recommend you check out. I don't remember the name of the library, but I know who made it. It's from Scott. Right. So Scott has Zig JavaScript Bridge. Easily called JavaScript from Zigwasm. So I guess you will want to check out both of these. I'm gonna paste it in YouTube chat since you asked. So this is one. Let's see. There we go. The second one is Zigar. There you go. These are the two that I know about. There is probably more out there, but I would consider these two to be probably, I don't know, the two ones that you definitely want to check. Let's just put it that way. Hey, Rocco Rager. Hello, hello. By the way, Rocco Rager, how's life? How's your work at SourceGraph? And I know that we're in public, so you have to say that it's amazing. I know how you guys are in the United States. Well, technically, you should do the same also if you're in Europe, I guess, and in public. But oh, you haven't even started yet. You have to say that it's amazing though, regardless. Wait, so you're just chilling? Are you still doing your old stuff, or are you just chilling until it's time to start? Yeah, wrapping up. Okay, makes sense. Yeah, so you're gonna work with Emmy, then I think for a period of time August also worked at SourceGraph. Nice, but this was, well, I think that when August worked there, I don't remember if it was exactly pre-AI. Yeah. You didn't know? Emmy has been like a SourceGraph employee for a long time. So yeah. Yeah, so you're not gonna be the only Zig one in there. Yeah, that's where the graph comes from. Okay. Yeah, let me go get something to drink. I'll be right back. Let's go. Refactoring for writer gate. It's a freaking marathon. Oh man, yeah. And that's nothing. Get ready for the IO refactoring. Although no, I'm joking. The IO refactoring I expect will not be as much work once you've moved everything past writer gate. Because once you move stuff past writer gate, then your everything that only operates on readers and writers can still do so and does not need to accept an IO parameter. So any parsing library in a, you know, in the sense that it only concerns itself with streams, then you're good. But yeah, there will be some stuff that will need to be ported also, regardless. But I think the writer gate is it's the biggest work, or at least it was for me in my projects. Although in my projects, in my projects that I did port, because for example we didn't port Bork. Bork is still pre-writer gate. I think I want to wait for a full IO before porting Bork. Like I want to port Bork to the new IO stuff as soon as possible, but I don't feel like it's worth doing the intermediate step. I want to go all the way. I want that visibility. It should be cool though. I'm definitely gonna do all this porting work on stream, at least some of it, especially for Bork, because I think that for my Redis client and for Zine specific, especially, I think it would well, I was about to say because Zine was very boring doing the port, although it was boring also doing the Redis client. But yeah, Bork I think is going to be more entertaining in that regard. In any case, for people who haven't seen it, there's a new accepted proposal called Juicy Main. As somebody pointed out in Discord, do not misread it. It's not like Juicy Made or anything that you would see in one of the new isekais. But anime, I'm talking about anime. But no, it's Juicy Main. And Juicy Main is about this idea that we pass things down main. Because currently we don't really pass anything down main. You grab stuff on your own. The problem is that setting aside whether you like this approach or not, there are certain things that need to be done this way for correctness. Specifically, there's this. I was testing this earlier today because I had been told about it, but I never tested it myself. So I have this project, and in this project I'm gonna do this. So I'm gonna comment this stuff out temporarily. So I'm gonna do this. I am in the main function. I'm gonna open a DLL, and I'm gonna show you the source code for the DLL in a moment. And after loading the DLL, I'm gonna print my arguments. Actually, you know what? Let's sort this a little bit. There we go. So first thing we do is we grab our arguments, like an iterator to them, CLI arguments, and we print them. And then we open a DLL and we look for a function called foo, and we call foo. So this is our main thing, our main function. Then we go into DLL.zig. This is where we implemented the DLL. And DLL, again, I'm gonna comment this stuff out for now. The DLL, all it wants to do is print CLI arguments as well. But check what happens. Zig build, zig out, bin BLL. BLL is the name of the project. It's DLL just misspelled. So here's what happens. The main function, so this guy prints DLL arg, while this guy prints arg, the main function. So the main function sees CLI arguments, but the DLL does not. The DLL, oh, you know what? We can also do this. std.debug.print DLL arg len. Does it have a concept of length, this iterator? There's an inner, there's an init next, the init skip. Doesn't have a way for us to know the length, huh? Would be nice if it did, but well, It did not. But at least we can print that we run. So you can check that this did run. So the build, DLL done printing, but it didn't print anything. So what's happening here? Hello, Silverbug. What's happening here is that you can't do this in a DLL. Right now it looks like you can, but you can't. So why can't you do this in a DLL? The problem is this, that here in start we have argv, I believe. Let's see, POSIX, call main, and exit. So yeah, so this is the C function. So this is, I guess, our start by default, right? Let's see where it's used. Yeah, start has inline assembly to call POSIX, call main, and exit. Let's see why we do this way. Note that we maintain a very low level of trust with regards to ABI guarantees at this point. We will redundantly align the stack, clear link register, etc. Well, for example, the Linux kernel is usually good about upholding the ABI guarantees. The same cannot be said of dynamic linkers. Muscles LDSO, for example, opts to not align the stack when invoking the dynamically linker explicitly. So, okay, so we call into that function, and now this function is basically has these values, this value argc, argv pointer. Oh, I guess it's 2 pointers, one next to the other, apparently, I guess. So yeah, this is in the register where your first function argument is. And so we grab this information, and I guess we put it somewhere. Let's see where we put it. And then we call main with args. Okay, so what does call main with args do? There we go. Call main with args sets std.os argv and std.os and iron and p. Okay, so this stuff is set on basically when we execute main. The problem though is that the DLL is compiled separately than your main program. So this guy has its own separate copy of std.os.env and wait, not env, should be, well, argv. And the problem is that this guy never gets set because for the DLL there is no start. The DLL doesn't execute anything on load. So because of that, we yeah, this thing remains well set to its original value. So this is one problem. One problem is that this is unsound. Like you can leave it as is, but then you have to put a warning that says, yeah, so it looks like you can access it anywhere, but actually no, you can't. Haven't read Juicy Main through yet, but params for tests could be nice. Not having the testing allocator available outside tests. Wait, I don't think this has any interaction with tests. Did I miss something? Was this a comment that was maybe made later on? Oh, sorry, because I guess your point is then you could also do the same with tests, and so you get injected the test allocator. Yeah, I don't think this will happen because doing that would require changing the way that tests are stored in the compiler, like in intermediate representations, a lot, because the assumption is that tests don't have the ability to specify this kind of stuff. So I think you will still do std testing allocator, but for stuff like CLI arguments, this is going to be the only way through which you get access to CLI arguments, by basically asking for them in main. And now this doesn't answer, because Andrew was saying that if you users who want full control over everything can continue to use pub function main no return. So the question is then, how will they, if you do this, how do you get access to the CL arguments? So maybe std process.args is going to remain, but if that remains, then the DLL problem also remains. The fact that you cannot call it from a DLL. So I don't know. We'll see. I thought that allocator and IO were supposed to be user decided. Ish. So the way it's supposed to work is, you know how we have options where you can specify std options in your root file to personalize what you want, for example, logging to work, how you want logging to work, because you can specify, you can override the log level, you can specify a different logging function. The idea, I believe, is going to be the same. I'm fairly confident. So you have defaults that are based on standard reasoning, like is this a debug build? Then you get debug allocator. Is this not? Is this a multi-threaded non-debug build? Then you get SMP allocator. Is this a non-debug single-threaded build? Then I don't know which allocator you're gonna get as for GPA. And for IO, it's similar. Is this single-threaded? If then you're probably gonna get a single-threaded thread pool IO. Is this multi-threaded? Then you're gonna get maybe, probably, actually I would say almost certainly you're gonna get multi-threaded blocking IO. But then you also need to be able to say, no, I want fibers. So you will probably do something like this. Well, not in the DLL, because in the DLL you can't do shit. But in here you can do actually no, maybe you can do some of this stuff also in the DLL. I'm not sure, but you'll do pub const std options equals something. I think it's std options. Is this it? Yeah, I didn't make it up. Cool. Yeah, right. So just like you have these guys, you're gonna be able to do I don't know, IO mode equals dot fibers dot GPA equals dot SMP. Or maybe you can even provide your own instance at that point. I'm not sure, but this is how I would expect it to happen. But what if IO allocator require runtime initialization? Yeah, maybe the answer is that in case you can say none, and you get none. I'm not sure. I mean, at the same time, you always have the option of completely bailing out of init. If you don't like, maybe if you need something custom, like you need a custom IO and you don't want this to initialize a standard IO, which by the way, like I think that a thread pool doesn't really require you to do anything. Like it doesn't really cost anything to instantiate an IO thread pool. Because it only creates threads once you start running stuff on it. So I guess probably you could even just abandon it, leave it there, not use it, and you're not really wasting much. But I guess you always have the option of bailing out completely. As for partial stuff, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if you will be able to do this. Anyway. You're a juicy main hater. I'm sorry, so well, I mean, you don't have to use it. That's, I guess, the good news. Okay, what are we doing? So check this out. Let's go to Zig it. Yet another example of an HTTP client with more features than usual. That's not what we're looking for. We're looking for meetup in Berlin. Debug.assert discussion. I mean, I don't know. Did everybody see that discussion? There were a lot of like mind blown moments in it. Maybe should we bring it up? Okay, you know what? I'll bring it up briefly just to go through the main things that were raised in the discussion, since it was so surprising. I actually was surprised that people found it so surprising. I get it. I get where people are coming from, but you're kind of missing out the cool point of Zig if you're not really appreciating. In any case, I'll get to it in a moment. No, what I wanted to show is something else. To do first Zig blog with Zine. So somebody NOS4 made a blog, and I made. So this is like the Zine experience. When the first blog with Zine, never used an SSG before, so the fact that getting started with Zine felt so easy is a testament to the docs. Awesome. And also, I had to resort to ChatGPT for some HTML specific things. That's out of my control, of course. Like, that's not something that Zine, should teach you about much. But overall, I had a lot of fun designing and implementing it, apart from my segfault. So apparently we have introduced a segfault in Zine, so we need to fix that. That's basically the first order of the day. Or rather, second order of the day, because I guess we're gonna do some yapping review. This is like reacting to a thread on Zigit or something. I don't know. Now, let's keep it more useful. The idea is this. If you come from C and you're used to this idea that doing std.debug.assert foo, I don't know, equals true. And if you come from C and you're used to the idea that assert is going to disappear in build modes, like in release modes, and that will basically be the equivalent of commenting out the line, then you're wrong. Be aware. Why are you wrong? The answer is easy, because assert is a function. So assert is defined like this. Assert, okay, bool, void, and then if not okay, unreachable. That's how it's defined. So the way this works is that in a debug build, and also in release save, this all remains, and the unreachable is the equivalent of panic. So the unreachable, if the unreachable is reached, it's a panic. So that's asserts in debug and release save. But if you're gonna release small or release fast, unreachable becomes a constraint that the compiler can leverage to know that something is impossible. An assertion is you, the developer, saying that you know something that the compiler cannot prove. You're giving information to the compiler. In safe builds and debug builds, your assertions, so this extra information that you're putting into the code for the compiler, is tested. It's tested that your assertion is actually correct. But the idea is that you shouldn't be asserting wrong stuff. Your asserts needs to be correct. So in release mode, they are actually leveraged for performance improvements. I think somebody brought up. I'm gonna briefly scroll forward to see if we can see some examples of that. There we go. So here they're basically this is not Zig syntax. They are now toying with this idea also in C, because there's a built-in in C that operates like unreachable, where basically they show that if there's an assert that guarantees that X is less than 16, and because of that, the compiler can optimize certain things out, then it would be able to otherwise. So, okay, going back to our code sample here, this means not that the function disappears. It means that it is assumed that this condition is always going to be true, and it cannot be anything other than true. And so, equals 3, it's kind of dumb, right? Let's say that is equals 10, whatever. This is confirming that it will always be true, and so that can be used by the compiler to optimize stuff. For example, one way in which this can happen is when you have forced unwrapping of an optional. When you have an option like opt value, and you do dot question mark, and you pass it to a function or whatever, the dot question mark is a shortcut for or else unreachable, which means that in in debug and release safe builds, the optional will still be checked and for actual presence, and if the optional is null, then we're gonna panic. But in release mode, this is actually like an optimized way of unwrapping something, because you are asserting that the optional is not going to be present. I have to say one thing though, it's not always the case, but in my experience, it's very often the case that if you have to do this, you've designed your data wrong. Chances are that you could have unwrapped this optional much earlier and just passed around a non-optional value so that you don't have to do this. So be aware. But this is how this works. So people in chat, people in the thread, instead we're used to C, where in C assert is a macro, so it's like define, what is it, pound define assert as I don't know, I guess assert becomes assert, like some I don't know, like underscore C assert, I don't know what the heck they call this, but it becomes something. While in release mode, no, not release mode, but there's a way of turning off assertions, like making an optimized build that turns off assertions. And in that case, there's going to be another header file that gets included, and instead defines assert as, I don't know, what does it define it as? Just comment lines? No, I don't think it even does that. Maybe it does, actually. In any case, assert, so if you in your code we're doing assert this, then becomes, I don't know, this. I don't think they use this to toggle off assert, but they have a way of toggling off assert in the source code completely. The line disappears. But that's not the case in Zig, because assert is just a function, and a function has to obey function evaluation order. So a function doesn't see its arguments in non-evaluated forms. A function only sees the end result. Like assert has no idea. Like you can put comp time here if you want, for example. That would break a ton of use cases. But you could try to put comp time wherever you want in Zig, but you would never be able to know that this Boolean was coming from evaluating this call to foo. So assert does not have a way of turning off the evaluation of its arguments, because it's not a macro, because it's not a language construct. A counterpoint to this would be and. When you do in Zig foo and bar, maybe inside of an if, and is a keyword and can offer you short circuiting. You know that in Zig, if the first argument is true, the second one will not be evaluated, and is defined as short circuiting in Zig and in a few other languages. But and can give you that because it's not a function. It's a special language construct that has, custom-made semantics attached to it. So you wouldn't be able to do, for example, this, like, you know what? That's maybe a challenge for people in chat who are not entirely sold on this idea. Go and implement a my and function. Let's call it and fn. Implement and as a function that accepts x as a bool and y as a bool, and returns a bool, and make it avoid and have this implement short circuiting. The answer is that on false or not true. You're right. Yeah, or does the other way around. You got it. Yeah, sorry, I said it backwards. It's on false. Yeah, if this is false, the other one doesn't get evaluated. Yeah, or does the inverse. In any case, yeah, make this implement short circuiting. You can't, because this function is not in control on over what the arguments are doing. So this was nevertheless a moment of like people being absolutely flabbergasted at the idea. So let's see, this all started, I believe. Oh, right. So this thread was broken off from the one about channels. Let's go all the way to the top. So the one about channels, somebody posted a Golang channel stuff. Andrew posted his implementation, and people noticed that in his implementation, he has here an assert that has an operation inside of it. So the assert has an operation as an argument that, you know, if you were to completely remove this line, this function would be broken. So like if this were C code, this would be a bad idea. You don't want to do this with C code because assert is a macro, and so it can turn off also argument evaluation. But in Zig, it's a function, so Andrew decided to put in here the actual operation directly. So some people were surprised by this. Let's see, CryptoCode was saying, wait a second, don't you? Isn't this a problem? Let's see, just quick side quest. Doesn't the assert here risk put and get calls being optimized away? If not, I might have misunderstood std.debug.assert doc comment and could use some education. Since assert is a regular function, the argument is evaluated and is indeed in the bug safe builds, but since the expression is assumed to be true, otherwise unreachable, it seems like the whole expression is allowed to be removed. And Andrew replies with with a correct, actually intriguing answer, but maybe that doesn't immediately clarify everything. So let me scroll down to his reply where he actually goes more into the details of this. But in any case, okay, I'll get to that because the comment got moved, I guess, in the other thread. So in any case, yeah, Guterpro says, okay, I've been thinking about C macro based assert, and yeah, this is different. All the other comments were moved here, and if we go to near the top, there should be at some point Andrew's comment where he specifies exactly the point. So he says, this is a reply to CryptoCode, to the comment where he was worrying about the argument expression being elided. And the answer is, if the operation has side effects, then it is guaranteed to stay. If it does not have side effects, then it is not guaranteed to stay. So calling a function, not side effect, loading from memory, storing to memory, inline assembly, atomics, unreachable, and everything not in the next list is considered a non-side effect, while these are side effects. Using volatile pointers, using assembly with volatile, atomics with volatile pointers, calling an extern function because you don't know what the extern function is doing, like because the extern function could be doing this stuff internally, or I guess what's next. At panic, at trap, at breakpoint makes sense. You panic is, yeah, it's what do you call these things? Like effect? It's like it's a defined effect. You don't want these things to be optimized away. And unreachable in safe optimization modes because it's a panic, basically. So yeah. So based on this list, then he knows that if the operation is doing something, then it cannot be removed. Okay, and then the discussion continues where people are still used to the C way of doing things. Let me see. There's one where I replied to earlier than that. Yeah, let's see. I always assumed the same thing as you. I was never sure nor took time to test it, but simply coded defensively around it. I'm confident my code has multiple instances of superfluous temporary variables, blah, blah, blah. No, that's not what I wanted to look at. Wait, was it earlier than this? Did my comments get lost? Oh, no, it's this one. Okay. Let's see. This makes technical sense after explanation, but I feel like this could be a bit of a foot gum. Not a fault in the language itself, because simply people aren't coming to Zig from a vacuum, but usually with experience in other languages. Yeah, and as other have said, I don't want to belabor the point, but the foreknowledge of how other languages simply throw away the assert statement, e.g. in C in combination with asserts documentation, I hope to illustrate that it's easy to make the incorrect assumption. So, I guess syscalls use volatile. Good question. We can go check that. Do syscalls use volatile? Let's go figure it out. What is it? std.posix. Is it in POSIX? Close, blah, 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 blah. System.close. God damn it, what's system? Okay, let's go std.c. Although maybe C is not what we want. C is certainly... So these are extern functions. So when you're using C, you definitely are using an extern. What about our own stuff, Linux? Let's look at syscall 2. Really? Syscall bits? Come on, man. Thumb. R64, because that's my machine. And yeah, asm volatile. I think it makes sense because it's a side effect. Like printing, for example, it's a side effect that you don't want to lose. So you don't want that to be potentially optimized away. Yeah, you definitely do not want your prints to be optimized away. You want to be able to turn them off. Like if you have logging, you want to be able to not log, and like to have that call be completely, to disappear completely at the language level, so that then the piece of code that used to log now doesn't log anymore. And so maybe if that can be optimized out, then sure, take it out. But yeah, it's an interplay of different levels of abstraction and intertwine. Oh, let's see what CryptoCode wrote a blog post about this. That's cool. Let's see. For all idea, don't use volatile asm. The optimizer can get rid of your prints. Easy way to configure logging. Yeah, right. That's, you know what? That's the C way of doing it. At some point, in the 90s, some boomer decided that they saw a piece of a library that wasn't theirs. They did too much printing, and they decided, you know what? I'm gonna solve this by making printing non-volatile. Okay, let's see what CryptoCode says. Zig asserts are not C asserts. Yep. Part of learning a programming language is to check your assumptions and not to be afraid of asking basic questions. I did just that in a Zig post that was completely unrelated to assertions, which linked to some code that gave me pause. And that's the code that he commented on. Which prompted my question. Just a quick side quest. Blah, blah, blah. So this is his comment that we saw earlier. Let's see. The nice thing about Zig is that core team members frequently chime in with their expertise. And that was the case here as well. So I figured I'd try to summarize my understanding of everything based on these posts. Back to the question. The short answer is no. The put and get calls do not get the most definitely do not get optimized away. We'll see why in a bit. std.debug.assert and unreachable. If you ever hit an assertion in Zig, you have also looked at the implementation of std.debug.assert since it appears in the panic trace. Blah, blah, blah. Reach marker. If okay, unreachable, assertion failure. This is all it does. If not okay, unreachable. If unreachable is hit in safe modes, then you've seen the panic trace, very helpful. In optimizing modes, unreachable becomes a promise that control flow will not reach this point at all. It's also very helpful. Faster code. Yeah. I mean, that's, in a sense, that is the definition of an assertion. I find this very interesting. So now that I got into, especially now that I got into the asynchrony is not concurrency topic, which, by the way, I've started reading old papers on this topic. It's a mess. We like, people use all kinds of terminology to mean all kinds of things. Nobody agrees on anything, and none of their definitions are good. With all due respect to all the people that came before, you know, to all the giants whose shoulders and I don't know, bald heads we are standing on the top of, they have made a complete mess of their terminology, and because of that, nobody understands anything about concurrency. God damn it. That being said, this is the definition of an assertion. An assertion is an extra constraint that the compiler that is not in the type system. And by the way, this is also a good concept to have, because if you don't know that assertions are, if it's not clear in your mind that assertions are a way of adding more constraints to your code than what you can do with the type system, you might risk thinking that the only way to add constraints to your code is through the type system. I wouldn't know who would do such a thing, but no, I'm joking. Obviously, being able to express constraints through the type system has a ton of advantages. So in a way, I don't think this can be made as a categorical statement, but I think it's fair to say that generally speaking, if you can guarantee a property through the type system, that's good, better than a assert. But I think that's generally true. I don't think this is categorical true. I think there might be cases where trying to wire stuff through the type system is just too convoluted and it makes no sense, and you should just put an assert there. But in any case, asserts are, that's what asserts are, wiring in extra constraints in your code. And the good thing about asserts is that they allow you also to express things that are impossible to express through the type system, or, you know, maybe not impossible, but like, you know, prohibitively complex to express that way. And so, but although I do think also completely impossible. And so you use asserts for that. And that plays, asserts also happen to play really well with fuzzing. That's not a coincidence, if you think about it. But then people don't think about asserts that way, apparently. C has like the worst of both worlds. Asserts, you can't trust asserts because they get completely deleted from your code, and you don't even get to keep the extra information that the assert is asserting. So you even lose the optimization. It's, I don't know, it's boomer tech. With all due respect to C, it's complete boomer tech. And then you have also this. Let's not forget about this. Golang asserts. By the way, I like Go, so I'm the one who likes Go the most in the at the Zig Software Foundation, and yet I will say this: there's an assert package from somebody. Cool. Come on, man. Golang assert docs. Golang, why no asserts? Frequently asked questions. There we go. I wanted the official stuff. Why does Go not have assertions? Why zooming brings me to the opposite end of the page? Okay, why does Go not have assertions? Go doesn't provide assertions. They are undeniably convenient, but our experience has been that programmers use them as a crutch to avoid thinking about proper error handling and reporting. And this is a categorical misconception. An assertion is not about error handling. If you think about it, especially in Zig, we don't use that for error handling. It's not about error conditions. It's about impossible conditions. It's actually a terrible mistake to use an assertion to handle an error. It is also for documentation. Absolutely. I mean, it all plays into the same concept, right? Of expressing precisely what the algorithm is, which can be seen as documentation, optimization, you know, that kind of stuff. But so I'll say one thing, I guess, in defense of Go. Is it true that they might have experienced people using assertions for error handling? And like say they use them as a crutch. It's not even a crutch. Like even using an assertion once to handle an error condition is a horrible misuse of the tool. So I guess it's like, look, we have taken while loops away from the language, because we've seen developers use while loops with unconditional breaks at the end of the body as a crutch for branching logic in their program. Sure, if you have like I think while this example is maybe a little bit out there, I could see this being maybe in an alternative reality something that might have happened. But your answer should not be like, if you see people do this, if you see developers do do what is it? If you see developers do this foo bar break instead of doing if condition, so if you see developers do this, I don't know, I'm not Rob Pike, so what do I know? But personally, I wouldn't take out while loops. What I would say is, teach people that you should be using if, not while. Didn't Linus Torvalds have a very good talk about this? Did he? I don't know about it. By the way, I'm realizing that lately, everything that I'm talking about, there's like this key talk that everybody knows except me. Well, no, about asynchrony and concurrency. I knew about the Rob Pike talk, so. But, so, I don't know, even if you see people using them wrong, I guess my point is, people using these tools wrong is not by itself enough to want to take them out of the language. You also have to not understand the value that these things bring to the table to also want to remove them. And I feel like that here the Go people have dropped the ball like considerably. Assertions are absolutely the way to go. And also they have fuzzing in the language now. So now Go has fuzzing in the language and they don't have asserts. I mean, I guess they make do with panics. They basically unconditionally panic on what should be their asserts. And I guess that you could say if Go is primarily a backend programming language, then it makes sense for them to never turn off their asserts. So ultimately, given what Go ended up being, it's not the end of the world. It's could have been better, could have been worse. They can survive, but still. I usually use asserts quite a lot when I develop the three parts of my program, so it tells me something goes wrong immediately before I have better testing. For sure, but I can tell you that when you actually have better testing, and what I mean by that is not just better testing, when you have the best kind of testing, when you have fuzz testing in place, then your asserts become amazing. And especially if they cost you nothing to have, you don't even want to take them out ever. Obviously, you could. It's code. It's lines of code, so they're not exactly free. They're very cheap, but they're not completely free. So you shouldn't assert stuff that is. You shouldn't assert tautologies, right? You're accepting an int value. You shouldn't assert that it's between the minimum possible representable value and the maximum possible representable value. That's a tautology. It's useless. But everything reasonable, even if it's not, even if it's fairly safe, but as long as it's not a pure tautology, fuck it, leave it there, have the fuzzer actually prove it. It's delightful. Nice. I think it was this. Oh. Okay. Let's see. It's also very short, so we can watch it. The linked list stuff, okay. Does he also get into assertions? Because I remember the linked list part, but maybe I never watched this to the end. Well, okay, you know what? Let's have faith in Enrico Palazzo. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah. Okay. I understand this point. But he doesn't talk about assertions specifically. So what's your connection, Enrico, with this stuff? Which I guess it's not completely disconnected. I just wanted to understand if you had like a specific angle that made you think of this exchange. By the way, the linked list stuff does make sense. I would be curious to know if the double pointer indirection does have performance implications. Like, is it do you pay anything to get rid of that if statement at the end? In any case, just jumped in from toggle stream and so you while if. Oh yeah. Okay, I get it. Okay, so you're saying that the Go people don't have good taste, huh? Is that what you're saying? Huh? Maybe they don't when it comes to certain things, at least. So yeah, this seems silly to me, and this is how I feel like taking out assertions from the language kinda is. In any case, sorry, yeah, YouTube, sorry, you guys don't have audio to avoid copyright strikes, precisely. Well, not copyright strikes, but like every time there's anything other than my voice in the video, YouTube claims copyright. There's some random ass channel somewhere that claims copyright of everything, so fuck that. Me doing Go right now. I mean, I don't hate Go, but it did certain things wrong. It did certain things right, obviously, because otherwise nobody would be using it. But it did certain things wrong. You want to know another thing that Go did wrong? Well, actually, you know what? I'm not sure if they genuinely did it wrong, but I feel like that without doubt we're doing it better. So everybody likes to say that async await is bad and that Go like the Go keyword in Go is better, and I think that is true to some degree. But you want to know something? Let me tell you this: asynchrony is not concurrency. And here what happens, that in Go, when you do Go func, Go my func, and then you call something else, Go is both expressing that these two invocations can happen in any order, but it's also giving you task switching. Like this function, this invocation will task switch with this one. And this is not too different from what you get from other languages, where when you do you call foo and foo. I'm gonna put async foo, async foo, and I'm gonna say async bar. You don't use this syntax normally, like in JavaScript and Python. You don't say async foo, but I'm using this as a way of saying I'm calling foo. And foo is an async function. In Zig, you would do async. You would use the async operator in the past, not in the new Zig. And they also do the same thing. They basically start task switching between these two. And everybody says that Go kind of solved async because it gave you Go routines, and those allow you to use like blocking. Like, you know what? Let me find the exact thing in the tweet that I'm thinking about. Because I actually replied to this guy. So this guy says, this article has a very long-winded way of saying Zig does async like Go. Both languages allow you to mix sync and async code. Both languages allow you to mix sync and async code. But what's funny is that this is absolutely wrong, because you can use from, let's say that it's JavaScript and you have defined foo and bar as async. You can define buzz as a normal non-async function. So this is like pseudo JavaScript. And then you don't even have a return value if it's void. So actually, you don't even have a return value regardless, now that I think about it. So this could be a normal function that doesn't do any async. And you can call buzz from foo. Like the definition of foo could definitely call buzz normally. So the statement, both languages allow you to mix sync and async code is, I mean, it's not wrong strictly because yes, both languages allow you to do that. But that is also true of other languages. That's not unique to Go at all. The thing that is unique to Go, or like not, entirely unique, but mostly unique to Go, is that it doesn't use stackless coroutines. It uses green threads. So you don't have this infectious async keyword that you have to spread everywhere. That is the difference. The only difference between Go and like JavaScript and Python when it comes to async stuff is that in Python and JavaScript, you have to sprinkle async everywhere. In Go, you don't have to. But Go routines can call into normal functions just like stackless coroutines can call into normal functions. So there's no difference there. And on top of that, they both make the mistake of having the asynchrony operator also give you concurrency. It also gives you task switching. Anyway, and we don't. With the new design in Zig, we don't. When you use async, you express the things can be run out of order, but you're not immediately getting concurrency. It depends on what the ecosystem can provide you. So anyway, let me do some zine development now. Let's see, wait groups. Oh, that's another improvement that we're doing in Zig. So the design is not finalized as far as I know, but but it's like implementation details mostly, if not entirely. But you know how Go, okay, I swear, this is the last thing that I'm gonna actually do some work. So you know how in Go you can do this, right? Go func 1 and then go func 2. And so usually what happens is that you go a bunch of stuff. And then eventually you have to worry about, for example, a clean exit in your application. And now you have a bunch of Go routines that are running amok on their own. And you don't have control over them. So you don't know how to shut down cleanly. I mean, you can shut down, but they might still be running. Think about a web server maybe where you use Go to, every time there's a new request, you Go reply to it. But ideally, you would like to shut down the web server only once all requests have been served, which obviously needs also cooperation from the outside, because the way this has to work is that at some point, requests stop being routed to your application, to your instance. They need to start being diverted to another instance. And so at that point, you stop getting new requests. You only have to answer the ones that you have in flight. And then once that's done, you can shut down. But how do you shut down cleanly without, interrupting potentially running requests? And the answer is that then you need some coordination, because these guys are flying around solo, and so you need coordination, and so you make a wait group, which I don't remember how you do it. Var wg equals new wait group. I suspect this might not be entirely correct Go syntax. In any case, you do something like this, and then you pass the wait group down. Or maybe you can even copy the wait group. I'm not sure. I haven't used Go for a while. In any case, you have to pass the wait group around, and then in your main Go routine, you do wg.wait before shutting off. And you also need to communicate when it's time to shut off. But in any case, let's talk about the web server. So you know that these guys are gonna end doing what they're doing at some point. So what we're doing in the first iteration of the async design, the one in Zig, the one that you will see Andrew demo here. Tiger Beetle videos. This one that's premiering the 11th of August. So in this talk, where this is like it's not out yet, but the talk was given while the async stuff was still being designed, like even the basic stuff. So originally we had this. You could do in Zig io.go, and you could basically do the same. Why am I? Okay, I guess because there's no new line afterwards. That makes sense. Okay, so yeah, you can do this. But now we have taken it out. Zig the IO interface doesn't have Go anymore. The idea, well, it got renamed at some point with async detached. But this got, regardless of the name, this function got removed. By the way, the point of Go versus io.async is that io.async func1 returns a future that you need to await. So you get a future, and then at some point somewhere, maybe you store it, you put it in an array list, I don't know, but you have to keep it around because eventually you need to do f.await IO. But this one, Go, doesn't return not anything. Go is a void function. So basically it calls func in a way such that it awaits itself in a sense. And that's more or less, that's at a high level, the same semantics as the Go operator. But we're taking it out. Why? Because we're replacing it with something like async group, where the idea is that you create a wait group. Maybe I should call it an AG instead of a WG. You create a AG. By the way, this syntax that I'm using right now, it might not be perfectly correct. Like I think that async group accepts the initial set of functions that you want to run into it. So inside of it, I'm not sure, but this might be slightly simplified, but the overarching idea is the same. So you have an async group, and then you do ag.add, and you do func1, and then you add more stuff. God damn it, where's my new lines? There we go. And then you do ag.wait. Point being, and here's the funny thing, this only works if func1 has to be of type function whatever arguments, and then void. It has to be a function that returns void. So you can only basically put in await group functions that don't return a value, because you can't await them individually. They can't report you any value. So long story short, the idea is you have access to the Go functionality, but you are forced to tie it to a wait group. And I think this is a good idea because it basically, simplifies what you usually end up having to do anyway. And it keeps everything much more nicely structured, while still giving you the flexibility of, just chucking async operations into the nothingness. Is the async branching master? So no, the answer also in this case is that this is still master. This is still a build of master branch. It's untagged. So the latest tagged version of Zig is 0.14. This is 0.15, but this is still master branch. There is a branch with some demo async stuff, but it's incomplete yet. It's another branch. There's actually maybe a couple. If you're brave, you can go try and check it out. Like just list the available branches and see one has async in the name. But be aware that it's absolutely not ready for prime time. So wait for this stuff to come into master branch, which should happen in maybe a couple months. That's my estimate. So it's coming soon. It's not going to be part of the 0.15 release because that's happening sooner than that. But it's going to come right after. And it's going to be super cool. I enjoy Go, but it definitely has its issues. Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, I'll say one thing in defense of Go. I've had people in the past say, "Oh, Go became popular only because it's a Google project," and I believe that to be an absolutely short-sighted way of looking at Go. Go did not become popular because of Google. I mean, Dart, hello, that's another Google project. Is anybody using Dart? Yes, if they're using Flutter. It's like they're using Flutter, they're not really using Dart, if you get what I mean. So it's not that. Go did a lot of things right, things that people maybe don't appreciate enough. But boy, did they make some curious decisions when it comes to other stuff. The Flutter architecture is amazing. Genuine question, because I've never used Flutter myself. How different is that from, say, React or like a Swift UI? Is it significantly different? I'm just happy Odin fixed the things I hated with Go. Cool. But in any case, I feel like that with what we're doing, where we're headed with Zig when it comes to async and await, Zig is really, I think, well set to become better than Go at what currently are Go-specific things. Not entirely better, not entirely, preferable for everybody in all circumstances. Not at all. Go is a garbage collected language. There's a class of bugs that you just do not experience in Go that is there if you're using Zig. And there's extra care that you need to put into Zig programs that not every Go developer out there wants to put into once, or for them even makes sense for them to put into the code that they're creating. But at the same time, Go has been seen as these high performance networking code, like a programming language for writing high performance network services. And if you're really serious about this, once Zig gets all the IO stuff and we have a good HTTP server and client in the standard library that you can trust to use on the internet, which is not trivial, that will take a bit of time. But once we have these two pieces in place and even a modicum of an ecosystem starts coming around, growing around this stuff, then I would argue that if your goal is truly high performance network like services, I will stop using Go basically for what I'm using Go right now. I still have some like websites that are basically tiny Go servers, which are really cute. You have I was using Echo, so I also had like automated Let's Encrypt certificate renewal, etc. So hello CryptoCode. So we're doing this stuff, and I'm gonna switch everything to Zig and never gonna look back. I'm sorry, Go started feeling so bad to write once I realized like this. If error different than nil, god damn it, I hate these things so fucking much. I'm never go back from try. Never gonna go back from try. That, by the way, this is another thing that I feel like the Go team has kind of dropped the ball. They decided to not do anything about error handling, but god damn it. I don't know. Let's see. It's similar, but the layout is part of the architecture, and it's a much simpler architecture than the CSS box model. Understood. Widget pass has size constraints down. Widget sizes itself. Parent positions based on size. Web frameworks don't usually have to handle much layout work since the browser does that. Yeah, for sure. Okay. The reason I think Golang caught on when Dart didn't is because Go is actually different from other languages. Dart will focus on classes and the verbose syntax doesn't feel much difference compared to other OOP languages. Let's see, that's the issue with Elm React for native stuff. They just ignore that layout is a thing that has to happen. Well, I mean, I've used React Native and I was able to do layout with React Native. They basically implemented Flexbox. So your understanding, if I remember correctly, is that you imagine that you're in a Flexbox environment. Everything is Flexbox. You can do, I guess you can do absolute positioning, or you expect something like Flexbox, and that was kind of it. It's been a while though. I might be misremembering. By the way, Crypto Code, guess what? Whose blog post we have open down here? I'm gonna finish reading it as soon as I'm done with this rant, and then we do the work for real. At least they have generic interfaces. Oh man. Panic and recover. Oh, right. You mean exceptions? Yeah, that's another thing that Go also, I feel like, made kind of a deal with the devil there. They removed exceptions and then they reintroduced exceptions, which is kind of hilarious if you think about it. Notice, if the web server is fast, how can I brag about Y Combinator breaking my servers with only 250 users a day? True. By the way, yeah, I remember that in the past people used to say that, oh my god, Y Combinator is like, you get on the front page of Hacker News and like either you have been careful with how your website is architected, or the thing is gonna crumble. I've had plenty of things that I've made reach the front page of Hacker News. To be fair, the majority of them nowadays are just static websites hosted on GitHub pages, so it's not even my servers. But I've had stuff hosted on my servers reach the front page, and you don't even get that many views. You get, I don't know, throughout your stay on the front page, you get something like, I don't know, 60,000 views. But you know, not in a second. Like they're spread over hours. In the end, you don't end up with that many requests per second. And producing a freaking web page should take you a fraction of a second. So, but you know what? I guess that if you have, you know, a Python thing with a bunch of async await everywhere, then that thing could buckle under Hacker News load. So yeah. Anyway, let's see. Here's the doc comment on assert that helped myself and some others get confused, despite the comment being 100% verifiably correct. In release fast and release small modes, calls to this function are optimized away. And in fact, the optimizer is able to use the assertion in its heuristics. Yeah, I think here the key to understand is calls to this function are optimized away. Not, by the way, I popped some stack frames. We're back to the assert stuff. Yeah, the function call is optimized away, but not computing the arguments, because computing the arguments happens before the function call. I guess that's my mental model. Let's see. On closer inspection, this is just what the documentation of Unreachable promised us, no more, no less. This is very different from C's assert, which is a macro that nukes the entire contents through preprocessor directives. It's similar story in many other languages. They have special constructs for assert. Zig does not. std.debug.assert is a plain old function. Yep, no special treatment is going on. The argument may or may not get optimized away. By the way, Crypto Code, do you know exactly how C macros away assert? Like, I was curious to see exactly what is the macro definition of assert. Maybe I could look into this myself, I guess. You know what? Maybe I should. Actually, we have the power, I believe. New tab. Let's go. Oh, no, I was already in the right place. Let's go into the Zig source code. Let's go into lib. And here we have libc. And I would be curious to see in here. Oh, I hope that this stuff is not horribly compressed, but let's do rep grep. And then we want to search for define assert. Define assert. There we go. This is delightful. Assert of something is defined as that something or abort with a 0. What does this 0 mean? So this is the functioning assert, right? This is it puts the value into an OR expression, and it leverages short circuiting of the OR expression to abort in case that X is false. What about define assert invariants, comment assertions disabled? So okay, I predicted this, and I was in this case, or rather, I predicted it, like when earlier I was saying did they define assert as a comment? In this case, they are defining it as a comment apparently. Let's see in this other case. Oh no, I forgot. So you know when I was joking about silly people using while loops with an unconditional break instead of using if statements. Guess what C programmers do? They have do whiles with an hard-coded 0 as the while argument. God damn it. God fucking damn it. Okay. This defines assert as a slash? What? How? So I'm guessing this is how you comment it out. It's a multi-line macro. Oh, because you're saying that there's more. Oh, you're right. This is right. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Thank you. By the way, you're catching the fact that I don't really like this C stuff, huh? Okay, so we want to go in here, colon 50. No, but it's still, these are still definitions where something happens, not expression, or another assert. Oh, I guess this is like this underscore assert is the actual thing that trips. But how do you? Oh, there we go. And debug. Mwah. You define and debug to disable asserts, and the assert becomes void 0, right? Because the macro can also, it's not just an assertion replace of the one token. Yeah, it's also the entire argument, and yeah, it's a void 0. Delightful. By the way, Andrew, so this funny happened earlier. Or at least funny to me. You know what? I don't know about other people, but at least I'm entertaining myself with this stream. I was looking at the Go stuff. The one about not having assertions. And so the argument presented here, I mean, I'm sure that you remember what's written in here since you like to complain about it. And I'm starting to have an appreciation for that as well. But here they say, our experience has been the programmers use them as a crutch to avoid thinking about proper error handling and reporting. And I was saying, man, but you shouldn't do this. Like, if you do this, it's also because you don't understand what assertions give you. And so I was saying, well, let's say that, oh no, I don't have it anymore. Okay, I was saying, let's say that you have your, you see programmers do this. They do while true, and then they call foo, while condition, I should say. And then they do while foo, and then bar, and then they break unconditionally. And they're basically using this, what am I doing? They're basically using this while loop as a poor man's if, right? So they should do if condition to do the same. but instead they use single loop while loop, single iteration while loop. And I was saying, man, this is such a far-fetched example, but this is to showcase that even if you see people misuse a tool, that alone is not enough a good reason to take out the tool, because you also, if you do that, then you're also stating that to you the tool, even when used correctly, is not terribly useful. Otherwise, you would tell people, otherwise you would take while loops out of your fucking language, but you don't. And I was saying, oh man, this is such a far-fetched example, right? Who would do this kind of stuff? and then I remembered that that's how macros are defined, basically. Oh my god, yeah, and then you get unused variable warnings also. Jesus. Jesus, man, what a freaking mess. Okay, let's finish the blog post. Okay, I'm gonna do what Andrew says. I'm gonna try it out. I mean, what's the worst that can happen, right? Assert hx assert.zig .c. Let's make it nice. Do we have auto formatting? Oh, we don't have auto formatting. Okay. So Zig CC. Actually, no. We can do. Should this be Zig CC? No, actually, I think we can do Zig run, right? But we can't pass W unused variables. Never mind. I think this has to be Zig CC. Assert. Warning. Unused variable X. Yeah. Goodbye, assert. Right. Because this has become this has macro expanded to void 0. It's delightful because it's kind of the worst of both worlds. You don't get the protection anymore. You don't get the speed up from the assertion. You know what? And this is again as well. Last thing that I'm actually gonna do some work. But I was saying this earlier. This async is not concurrency business is really showing how we just don't understand we don't have good definitions for things, and by not having good definitions, we fuck everything up. I would say that this insanity and this insanity, it all stems from not having a solid definition of what an assertion is. An assertion is it's a constraint of your algorithm that the compiler cannot derive on its own. And it's not something that you want to completely not have because you've seen somebody misuse it once. It's not something that you want to turn into void 0. Or no, and also like conditionally, because it means that they normally keep it. Ah, man. Okay, enough. Madness. Let's go fix some Zine. Code. Okay, we have an issue. Let's see, Zach fault when accessing prev page. Okay, so here's how I'm gonna tackle this. Basically, somebody. Oh wait, I need to finish reading the blog post. God damn it! Let's finish reading the blog post, and then we do this. In any case, I'm gonna try to be clever about solving this issue. Okay, let's see. plain old function, blah, blah, blah. The idea is that if, okay, unreachable somehow magically wires up the optimizer to always delete the whole thing is wrong. Yes. What does it mean that asserts can be expensive in release fast? Does that mean that asserts can be expensive even in release fast mode? Yes, because while the call to assert is gone, the LLVM optimizer that's supposed to remove that code isn't always able to do so. Bugs, limitations, and side effects. The expensive check you pass as an argument may remain, while some expressions like length greater than 0 will almost certainly be nuked. But it's less clear for anything non-trivial. The Zig optimizer pipeline can't come soon enough. Let's see. Anyway, I wanted to check all this during the Zig discussion, and the very first example that came up, which turned out to not be optimized out. Oh, sorry. The very first example I came up with turned out to not be optimized out. So here's an improved version of my repro thanks to Tbot did on Zigit. Yeah. So this is one where you would hope that this random some stuff gets removed, but it doesn't. And I guess it's an LLVM moment. Let's see. Compile and run this code under release fast on Zig14X, and you will see that the program is busy for a good while. The core team believes that this is a missed optimization in LLVM. If profiling shows that an assertion is expensive, or you're just not confident it will fully elide it, you can do something like this. If debug runtime safety, only then you assert. Yeah, or check against build modes when that makes more sense. Side effects. Yeah, now let's go back to the original question, which is about the opposite of trying to get rid of that code. We want to keep code. Thanks to side effects, there is no way the optimizer will elide. We remove the put call in assert q.put. The code is thus correct even under release fast. And so, yeah, this is Andrew's list of what counts as a side effect or not, which we read earlier. Let's see. A mutex qualifies as a side effect. The put implementation uses a mutex, thus the put call is not a candidate for elision. A mutex qualifies as a side effect. Does it? I think the answer is then you don't know, because mutex has some switching inside of it. So even if there is no side effects, it will have you have memory coherency. So if you store to a memory location and then you load, you will see the store. Yeah. So I guess if you write to a piece of memory that somebody else is reading, then yeah. However, there's a complication here with std thread mutex, since it's not a side effect when compiling with f single threaded. It just updates and checks the boolean. Yeah, I think that this okay. So there was a point that Andrew was saying, not this Andrew, the other Andrew. This Andrew was saying earlier that he feels this last section maybe is not fully correct. I guess the point is that you would need to look at the code, right? If you just talk about a mutex in a abstract sense, you don't know what's going on. Like, this is not a magical property of std thread mutex. You open mutex, you look what's inside, and then you see that maybe in like when you're not in single threaded mode, it does one of those things. When you are in single threaded mode, it doesn't do any of these things, and so it goes from being a side effect to not being a side effect, and thus being a candidate for elision. Yeah. I think it's a fine blog post. I think it's informative. Personally, the only thing that from this whole discussion I feel should be added is that there is a guaranteed fact that there is a space for safety features that you can remove, but that it is guaranteed they cannot be removed through the optimizer. I have some of this stuff in Zine. I mentioned that in the blog post, but I for example, in Zine, in debug mode, I sort certain files so that they have a stable ordering, and the compiler cannot remove that. The compiler cannot know that that is not important for my output. And so there's always some type of safety check that you necessarily have to guard. In a sense, you could even argue that they're a class of particularly interesting safety checks that you would want to have. Maybe. I don't know. Just a hunch. I haven't seen the start of the article. Yeah, sorry, we've jumped back and forth. Look, there's a reason why I'm not the Primeagen, okay? I jump back and forth with explanations. I get lost into rabbit holes, so I'm now making like a short clip for YouTube. So such is life, sorry. In any case, maybe misunderstanding something, but side effects in an assert seem like an issue on its own. I feel like that should be a warning or something. All of those, I think not, because your expectation here has been poisoned. Your mind has been poisoned by languages having, like C, having macros for assert, where those things get completely taken out. That is a problem. I actually, so sorry, I've been not very too concise, but, or you know what, maybe read the blog post. I guess that's a good way of going at it. Do read the blog post, because the point is, some languages implement assert as a macro that can be removed, and that removes the entire line, but it's dumb. That's like turbo dumb. You don't want to do this. And if you're used to thinking that way, they have done violence to your brain. And so you need to heal, basically. So yeah, don't think about it that way. I swear, it's a bad way of thinking about it. I'm gonna share the link on YouTube for people there. Yeah, I'll give you a very quick TLDR, okay? So think about it this way. An assertion is an extra constraint. It's a valid constraint. You know, when you make a correct assertion, it's an extra constraint about your algorithm that you weren't able to express through the type system. Not that the type system is the only way to express constraints, but you know, it's one of the main ones. So usually people like to leverage the type system for constraints about the algorithm, but not everything can fit in there. So assertions are a delightful way of expressing these constraints, which also you can leverage right in fuzzing. So the idea is, when you want performance, you obviously do not want to run the assertion as something that you do a runtime to verify that it's still correct, because the assumption is that this is a new fact that you have added to, you know, the computation. It's a fact that you, the programmer, know, that you give to the compiler. So when you want optimization, that should be something that the compiler knows about to perform more optimization, to know that certain conditions are impossible. So for example, if a function might return an error or not, and you're asserting that that function in a given condition will not return an error, then the compiler should be able to leverage that fact to, for example, not generate error handling code. And the fact that in C this stuff is defined as we just nuke the entire line, it also means that it loses the assertion. It loses the ability to leverage it for performance. And it's basically, I don't know, it's dumb. I don't know how to describe it other than it's dumb. So really do not think about assertions that way. It's a bad way. It's like thinking about async as being a concurrency operator. It is not. It's the same idea in my mind. Okay. In any case, crypto code. Good job. Good blog post. I'm gonna share it. Zig asserts are not C asserts by crypto code. Watch me do work. Posted on all socials. Didn't have to open them even. Okay. Yeah, we have a crash here. So here's the first thing I'm gonna do. By the way, so this person reported the crash. That's good. They gave me a repro. That's good. They didn't put it on GitHub. God damn it, that's not good. So you know what? Maybe this is funny because maybe it was even more work for them to do this than to just chuck a repro somewhere. So here's how we're gonna fix this. I'm gonna add a thingy that tells you when you're opening an issue to please give me a repro somewhere so I can just clone that and run Zin on it immediately. Hello, Diablo. Welcome. You just missed a huge rant on asserts, but you know what? There might be more rants down the line. So if that's what you're here for, then you won't be disappointed. If that's not, then well, enjoy the time until the next rant. Okay, so let's make a repro ourselves, I guess. So cd repros mkdir. Wait, no, we are doing the GitHub stuff first. So go to Zine. I don't remember how this stuff works, so I think I'm gonna steal the one from Zig. So copy Zig source /.github and then issue template. Oh, there's a directory called issue template. So wait, not cd. I guess we're doing cp -r. Did I do a bed? I did a bed. I have a bunch of YAML files now. God damn it. Okay. Have a nice day. Issue template. Move star.yaml to .github. GitHub issue template. Okay, we have bug and config. What's config? Language proposal. And then we have bug. Okay, I think config YAML we don't want. We want bug. Highlight bug report. Labels bug. Type markdown. Attributes. A bug is something works differently than expected to. Remember to search before finding a new report. Please search for this bug in the issue tracker and use a bug report title that would have made your bug report turn up in the search results for any search query. Oh, nice suggestion. I'm stealing this. So input version, Zine version, the output of Zine version. 0.10.4. Is that where we're at right now? I have 0.3 dev, so well, I'm gonna put 0.3. I don't know. Required through text area repro steps to reproduce the observed behavior. Description. Ideally, this should be ideally this description. Actually, what did it say? What exactly did someone else do in order to observe the problem that you observed? Include the output and all error messages. No, more than that, I would say ideally the repro should be a link to a GitHub repository, well, a Git repository that can be cloned that can be cloned to repro the issue. Okay. What do you expect to happen instead? Honestly, I don't think I care about this one right now. I think there are good reasons why projects tend to have also, yeah, what did you expect to happen? But in the case of Zine, so far I haven't had the necessity to have this. So, oh, you know what? Here's what we can do. Here's how we can do it. Steps to reproduce. We do it like this. We say, description. Ideally, this should be a link to a repository that contains Zine website that exhibits the problem, allowing maintainers to repro the issue simply by cloning it. If you put a threading space at the end of a YAML string, will it include in the string? Is that a philosophical question? Is this like what happens if a tree in a forest falls and nobody's there to listen? I generally do not know. I suspect that it does not get included. That's my guess. Label. Describe the issue. Oh no. Why is this? Oh, I indented it wrong. Okay. Describe the issue. What did go wrong? What should, if not entirely obvious, what should Zine have done instead? Yeah, I feel like this is a better one because one thing that I don't like is, oh, the thing crashed and gave me a seg fault, and then you have the box explain the expected behavior, and it's like, yeah, it shouldn't fucking crash, man. So I feel like this is better. That just first give me the repro, ideally just a link that I can clone, and then tell me what went wrong, because people should explain what went wrong. Obviously, if not entirely obvious, also tell me what you expect Zine to do instead. That makes sense. Okay. Git clone. God damn it, did I? Thank you. Okay, let me learn a little bit about issue template. Because what happens once I introduce it? What happens to like the normal buttons, etc. So issue templates for your repository, blah, blah, blah. You need to have enabled issues, of course, fair. Use the add template drop menu and click on the type of template you'd like to create. Oh, there's just like the GUI thingy. Sure. Propose changes, blah, blah, blah. Okay. So this is done manually. Title. Oh. Bug triage. And then they put a bug prefix. Do we want a bug prefix? Never knowing in some projects, the regard way to stuff via it. Yeah, no, I don't want to be dickish. Honestly, the main thing that I want from my template is just to make sure that people know that the thing that I appreciate the most is if they give me a repo that I can clone to reproduce their bug. I just want to make that is 99% of what I care about. Everything else is eh. And also, you know what? Forcing people to give me the zine version that they're using, that's also good. Like, that's okay. I want to force them to give me a zine version, and I want to nudge them towards giving me a GitHub repo to clone. These are the two things that I want, pretty much. Okay, this guide is useless. It's not telling me what I want to know. I'm YOLOing it. We'll see what happens. Fuck, error message also. Oh god. Oh, okay. No, we just take that out. Okay, let's take a look at the zine repo. Okay, so far everything seems normal. Let's go to issues, new issue, loading. What does it have to load to give you a new issue? Okay, create a new issue. Bug report, file a bug report, blank issue. Create a new issue from scratch. So this seems good. Bug report. Add a title. Remember to search before filing a new report, please. So for this bug issue tracker, use a title that would have made your bug report turn up in the search results search query. Yeah. The output of zine version, steps to reproduce. Ideally, this should be a link to a repository that contains a zine website that exhibits the problem, allowing maintainers to repro the issue by simply by cloning it. Nice. Describe the issue. What did go wrong? If not entirely obvious, what should zine have done instead? Honestly, this seems decent. This seems decent. Okay. I guess now it's on us to create this repro. Joe GM. So let's name the repro after Joe. Repros mkdir Joe GM. Zine.ziggy. Then index.smd. This goes in content though. Yeah. What happened here? Oh no. Did my LSP poop itself? I think my LSP pooped itself, and that's why it's hanging. Also, I think I need yeah, I think I need to get a new Helix. Dude, how long is this? I think it had like a, what, 20-second timeout? Normally it should have. Hello? Okay, I think this is a special condition because normally, even if the language server is lagging, it does not lock Helix for this much. Kill all Helix. Oh yeah, that also killed this guy. Didn't work. It did not kill this guy. What? Let's try to act as if that tab never existed. Hopefully this works. Really? Okay, if this happens again, then uh-oh. It dies. It dies before, I think, OSX issue. No, I think this has something to do with my LSP. Okay, watch me try to fix this. Just zig out bin ziggy. I'm gonna remove the ziggy LSP executable, so we don't have it anymore. Now let's see what happens with now it closes. Yeah, I shouldn't eye on LSP, but this is what's happening now. So it's I guess it's on me. In any case, I guess one bug at a time. Yeah, because the LSP is not present anymore. I removed the executable of the LSP, and so now Helix doesn't is unable to load the LSP anymore, and so it allows me to edit the file without LSP, and that's what happened. Ba-ba-ba-bum-ba-bum. There we go. Got a crush. Ba-da-ba-ba. It's not the newest Helix. I should switch to newest Helix. Okay, attempt to use null value. So that's the problem. In prev page, in page built-ins prev page.call. Oh, we don't know exactly where. Oh, I know why this is. So I think we have some issue with debug info right now on macOS. Although this is yeah, because I now I'm building with a version of Zig that is not 0.14. In any case, this is a regression of unstable Zig. That's on me. Because I didn't introduce it, but in Zig, but I've been using unstable Zig for Zine, and so that's what you get. But in any case, users don't care about this stuff. They don't see stack traces unless they have a debug build of Zine. So let's go into prev page. Oh, whoops, it's not in here. We need to go inside Zine. Checks page. We'll look at page. Prev. Sorry, is it next or prev? Prev page. Const prev page. No? Yes, it is. Is this wrong page? No, this is not wrong page. Oh, I know why. Because it has a question mark in the name, and so the symbol has to have Zig escape syntax. So this is how you can put question marks and weird symbols inside weird characters inside a symbol name. In any case, prev page, we are doing something dumb. We are using something null and pooping ourselves in the process. Where are we doing this? Would be nice to know the exact line where we do this, but unfortunately, we don't have that. Select to copy still doesn't follow default yank register, which affects Windows OS X and Wayland users that have terminals that don't/can't explicitly merge primary and clipboard. Huh. Interesting. I think I don't suffer from that because I'm using Ghosty and in Ghosty, yeah, I do get stuff in the clipboard normally if I use a space. So where are we? Where are we not using null correctly? Man, I wish I had debug info, huh? I think we can do this. Let's help ourselves. Zig up, default 0.14. I can't use 0.14.0 because if I do, I also need to check out an older version of Zine, which would work probably because I changed maybe some of this stuff a little bit, but I didn't change that function specifically. Now, okay, it's a bad moment to go back. So let's go back to page. Let's go to prev page. Basically, let's read the code a little bit and let's see if anything seems immediately obvious. So the problem, what is the problem on a logical level, I guess? We also want to know that. So the problem is this. The page that we are looking at right now is the index page. In the index page, can the index page have a next and a prev page? It totally can. So this is fair game to ask prev page to the index page. It's not correct to do page dot parent section. I think it's called parent section because if you do this, the error is root index page has no parent path. So, okay, not the greatest error message, but the point is, if you're the index, there's nothing above you. So that's an error. Okay, but you should be able to ask if there is a prev page, and it should be able to tell you that no, there is none. So we're fucking something up in here. Let's see. We need no arguments. We look at the current language that we're in case that it's a multilingual website. We look at the section that we're in, and we're like in the root section. And then we're doing self-ID index of scalar. And we're trying to see in pages items our page ID. Right. So the list of pages. So let's take a look at sections. Section pages is a list of indices into one pages array. So each variant, each language of the website has one long list of pages, and each section has an array of indices into those pages. And these indices are sorted by date normally. So that way, basically, once you know the idea of one page, once you found one page, then you know that the previous page or the next page, according to date ordering, is going to be the one right before or right after in the array. So this should work. The problem, I think, with the index page is that it has a special section, but that should not be a problem, I think, by itself. Let's see what else we do. Although this part is sus. I know that the index page has a special parent section. Wait a section. Page scan parent section ID. Yeah, that makes sense. Because to know which page is our next sibling or the previous sibling, we want to go to our parent section and ask it to give us that information. So this seems fine. Although I know that this is a sensitive part of this algorithm. Then yeah, we find where we are, where this page is in the index of pages of that section, and then we do, okay, we need the previous page. Well, the previous page is going to be the one before us, but pages can be set to draft equals true. So we need to go to the previous page, but if the previous page turns out to not be active, then we need to go one more. Oh, right, this is not behind, this is forward. Okay, we go forward. So we go forward once more until we complete the entire thingy here. So somehow this is moving itself. That is surprising to me. Okay, let's add some print statements, I guess. Should we try to debug this? We could also try to debug this. Let's see what happens with a debugger. Although we have fucked up debug info, and that is pretty much the problem. So let's see what LDB can do with this stuff. Probably not much though, but default panic. Stack iterator init with context. There we go. So yeah, we know that we are inside prevpage.call, but man, we don't know where we are in the function. We just get a disassembly. That is unfortunate. That is unfortunate indeed. So our lack of debug info makes this approach annoying. So we revert, I guess, to... There's only one null and wrap. Where do you see the null and wrap? I don't even see it. Am I insane? Am I blind? I don't see the fucking null and wrap. If I saw it, I would have immediately pointed that out, but I don't see it. Oh god, there it is. God damn it, you're right. So we are asserting that we do find ourselves in the index and we don't. So yeah, I guess this is what's stripping. Sorry, I could not. I just do not see it. This. So yeah, this has to be it. How? How are we not finding ourselves in our parent section? That is bad. Right, now I remember why. Because if we are the index page, then the index page, so going to the parent section is correct, except if you are the index page. Because for the index page, you can't do it. And you want to consider... So what? Oh man, that is a cool question. So what do you do with the index page? I guess also next and prev. So basically, then I guess the correct version of this code should be page.subpages dot, I don't know, first. I don't remember if first is a functions in. Yeah, there's no first. Let's see what you can do on some pages. Okay, you know what? Let's start by reading this part, specifically site structure. The part is this. So in Zine, when you have an index page, the index page defines a section, but is not part of the section. So the root index, so you can, to A and B can ask next and prev, but index, the next and prev of index are other sections. Like this index is blog basically. And so the prev to blog is going to be about, but what about this index here? Yeah, this index here doesn't really have any sibling. That is a problem. Like the reality is that index doesn't have any sibling. The root index. We could hack it to say, yeah, well, okay, then if it's the root index, then by the way, what happens with prev page? Sorry, with next page, for example, because we must be handling it then in that case. No, we don't. We do the exact same. Curious. But the author of the issue was saying the next page doesn't cause any crash. It also does not happen with next page, which is odd. That is odd indeed. Really? Yeah, no, it happens also with next page. Oh, I guess because it's UB in our release build, so they're just experiencing a different kind of UB, different like a different kind of behavior that happens to not crash immediately. Okay. The question is, what do we do with the root index page? Because technically, the root index page does not have siblings. It only has child pages. Have a nice day, all those. I'm gonna see if the update is an improvement. I'm curious too. Um, oops. Do. Mm-hmm. I don't know. I think it's fine. I think it was fine also before. Okay. So the question here is, what do we do? Do we special case index for convenience, or do we force people to understand the situation? I think we need to force people to understand the situation. Yes, we could special case this, but it's better for everybody's mental sanity to say, look, the mental model is this. The index page is always one level above, and the root index doesn't have any sibling. It's like everything is a child of it. So let's do this. We need somehow to recognize if the current page is the root index page, which I used to know how to do and I forgot. So let's see if we have some info about it somewhere that tells us that. And it's certainly in one of the underscore thingies. So let's see. Debug. So debug is not going to be present in release builds. We have scan. Scan tells us the file path, the URL, the page ID. 0 means no subsection. Parent section ID. 0 means no parent section, only true for root index. There we go. So if the parent section ID of the page is 0, then we complain. I think this is a hard-coded error message. Yeah, that's basically what we have to do. Yeah, that seems the right approach to me. There we go. The root index page has no siblings. Use page.subpages instead. How does this work then? So they were doing if, I guess this is a simplified version of that report, but basically they wanted to print other existing pages potentially. So I guess the question is, what if you want to do a blog? Even if you want to do a blog, you don't want to do next page in the index page, I would argue. Yeah, so you do sub pages. And then what do you do at 0? At $0? I don't even know if these are things, by the way. I designed this system and I forgot how to use it. Let's take a look at the reference now for real. Well, page is a page. On a page, you can do, well, I guess we can do it from here. That's easier. You can do some pages. That gives you an array of page. But what can you do to an array? An array. You can do and len empty slice at first last. Oh, there we go. Like first, basically. That would be, I guess, maybe the equivalent. This example is not fully semantically meaningful. But you would do it like this. And now it's correct. Okay. So add missing check when SHTML, add missing check when attempting to next page. Well, I want him to navigate pages from navigate siblings from root. The section model of Zine considers the index page of a section to not be part of that section. Consequently, the root index page has no parent section. Well, the root index page never has any sibling, since all other pages are direct or indirect children of it. I guess the correct term is descendants, right? Ooh, I should also say fixes. Also, let's tell people what to do. Use $page dot sub pages to access all other top level non-root index, well, all other top level pages. That already excludes the other one. Hello, the one who has walnuts. Good for you, man. Good for you. Closes 168. Oh, thank you for the report. This was a missing check in the Zine section model. The index.smd page that defines a section is not part of the section, which means that the root index page cannot have siblings. As all other pages are descendants. Use page.subpages in the index in the template. Are you getting Zine ready for WriterGate? Already done that. It was a delightful 6+ hour stream where people have watched me just you know, mechanically change code in a very boring way. Can wait for the systems distributed talks to go live. They are pretty decent. I'm personally happy with my talk. I don't think it's gonna be, you know, the most mind-blowing talk of the conference, but I feel like it overall went pretty well. Andrew also has a nice talk. It's also kind of entertaining because he's introducing basically the new IO design in general. And what's nice about it is that this was the first time that the IO stuff was announced. So the people in the room, you know, the ones who care about Zig, got like this preview. And he makes a funny joke about it. Well, I don't know if joke is the right word, but like he does this thing where he says like above, like same as above, like below, something like this. Like there's a mirroring basically between two layers of things that like mirror one another, and he's talking about basically readers and writers in a sense. That said, that talk also has parts about it where small parts about it. Most of the majority of the talk is like I would say probably an evergreen, or in any case it still is. But small parts of the talk are from when we had yet to refine certain things about the async stuff. Yeah, as above, so below. Thank you. Yes, that was the thing. And so those parts now are slightly out of date, but still great talk. So, you know, my point is, make sure to understand that that talk was given, even though it's not yet out online, make sure to understand that that was given before the most recent async stuff that we have published, so that you understand the timeline, because, you know, then if you watch this as a TV series, you might get confused by why things are changing that way. And despite everything, this is not the melancholy of Haruhi Suzumiya. So things are following a logical temporal ordering. Okay, so this was solved. I think this was a delightful experience. We have improved our templates, and now we're gonna nudge people towards the right direction when making a issue. We have solved the issue immediately. It was a very quick fix, and it has not, you know, destroyed our design, our model for how a website should be organized. So everything so far is perfect. We could tackle this one. Zine release should output if error there. It should error if output there is not empty. So the person originally said, the original person was saying, wait, I was surprised that Zine release doesn't clean the output directory. And my reply was, look, yeah, I get it, but also, you know, nuking the contents of a directory by running Zine release, you know, silently without any user confirmation is problematic behavior. And once you expose this information to the user, I guess you could, you could do an interactive thing when you say, are you sure that you want to output here? But then you're kind of adding extra logic and like roundabout ways of basically doing what the user could do on their own, which is just clean the directory first before running the zine release command, which, by the way, you should not be running on your computer. Like normally, when you develop a website on with zine on your computer, you just run zine. You don't use any subcommand. You don't do anything else. You just look at the website through the web server. Oh my god, this slide stuff is killing me. So normally, and look at this, the running zine with the development server doesn't even create any release directory. Like it doesn't materialize any file on disk. So this is your main development strategy, the development loop. So but in any case, we had a bit of discussion, and this person came up with a honestly actually kind of obvious in hindsight but genuinely good idea, which is have zine release complain if the destination directory is not empty, and have a force flag to have to allow the release to be placed in a dirty directory. And this seems a good idea. So we might implement this now. Shouldn't take too long, honestly. And this could be and then we package these two fixes and make a release out of it, maybe. Maybe we should also look at other issues to see if anything else should be in there. Version number on the release page is 14.0 instead of 10.4. Oh god. Oh god. Yeah. Yeah. Whoops. Thank you, fixed. String.fmt documentation is unintuitive. Feature more flex URL management. Bug /pipe in the title causes silent build error. Okay, so this seems something that maybe we might look into. Multiple ports for multiple instance. Oh yeah, with languages. Okay, so this is complicated. This might very well want to wait for the new IO stuff. In any case, hi Loris, do you use any LLMs to code in Zig? I only ask because I've used Cloud 4, which is excellent with Zig, so I want to hear your opinion. No, I do not use any LLM when I'm coding, almost ever. It's not like a matter of principle. So I would say right now I'm not using it. I don't have editor integration. So the editor that I'm using doesn't offer easy integration. So that's part of why I haven't pursued it. But also, the type of stuff that I've been doing, I've wanted to make sure that it kind of does. There are ways. Is there like some Cloud LSP thing that it's like pumping autocomplete? I have to say one thing though. I fucking hate autocomplete in Helix. I turbo mega giga hate that it provides me with like this drop down menu that eats my navigation keystrokes, and so I do not want. I disable all kinds of autocomplete. I actually wouldn't mind some autocomplete, but it's so unusable given how I move in Helix that I absolutely fucking hate it. So to me, it's a non-starter. Even if technically it can do it, sorry, not for me. At least not when using Helix. Yeah. Yeah. So same experience on my end. So no, I don't use LLMs. There is a piece of zine that originated from a LLM suggesting stuff, and it's this. It's the Windows file watcher, because it's Windows. It's kind of ass, and also not something that I want to spend time learning too much. And so I started by asking an LLM to provide some code for like bindings to the relative functions, and then a contributor that uses like a user of Zine that uses Zine on Windows then helped like make it better and actually correct. So I guess at the end of the day, not even this is fully LLM code. So long story short, I don't know. Right now, I feel like I don't need it. I could see myself using this stuff in the future, but if I have to be honest, it would have to be either that I have to deal with a super complex system for which I have to come up with some kind of result relatively quickly, maybe because I'm iterating designs, like I want to try stuff out. And so I let the AI drive for a bit so that it writes the boilerplate for me. Or it's something that, in all honesty, I have no respect for. So I don't have respect for Windows. And so I was fine with the idea of saying, yeah, I want Zine to be good, but you know what? Um, Windows is so ass that I feel like having a slightly ass implementation provided by the LLM is going to be fine. And then, by the way, at the time, I didn't have like a ton of users. Not that I do now, but at the time I had even less. And so it wasn't entirely clear if how long it would have been before somebody who uses Windows would even care about having support for the file watcher on Windows or not. So I said, you know what, while I'm prototyping this shit, since I also want to understand what the interface has to be, because the file watcher needs to have a unified interface across all three OSs. And I said, yeah, well, fuck it, have the LLM pump out some slop, and in the end it turned out well. So honestly, this is how I look at it. Luckily, lately I don't have to come up with results quickly for anybody's business needs. When I look at something, when I do software, I have right now the luxury. I 100% understand that this is a luxury, where when I work on something, I have the opportunity of truly learning it. So I do it slower than maybe the AI would do, but I get to understand it, not just the LLM, because that I think is a problem, right? If you start relying too much on the LLM, then the LLM doesn't learn shit. So nobody learns anything. But the problem is that you don't get to learn stuff. You get to see usage code, but you yourself don't get to learn, the full surface of an API, the trade-offs that can come with different designs. So my point is that in any case, I feel like that the correct use of a LLM is kind of a delicate thing, because it's easy to use the tool in a way that hurts more than helps. And it can help. It's just that it can help, in my opinion, despite the tool being presented as very, a general purpose tool. In a sense, you just talk to it and it does things. So how you can't get any more general purpose than that, almost. But at the same time, I think that usage that does not come at a cost that you might not be willing to pay, if you understand that the cost is there, it's actually fairly narrow. If I had maybe not entirely vibe coded, but if I had heavy involvement of AI when developing Zine, today I would understand the problem space much less than I actually do. And maybe my website wouldn't build in 7 milliseconds. It would build in 30 milliseconds or 300 milliseconds. And I wouldn't have the insight to say 300 milliseconds is absurd. It shouldn't be that. It should be way less. And by the way, it's 7 milliseconds now, but there's a lot of things that I still have to learn to make it lower than 7 milliseconds. I have to improve my parsers. Now my tokenizers don't make use of the new label switch syntax in Zig, so I want to learn. Well, I mean, that's not too hard to understand how to use, but I want to actually get my hands dirty and, like, as Primeagen says, some time in the saddle using the label switch stuff. And now there's also the new IO stuff, and then there's also thread pool concerns. So I have in Zine, I have a thread pool that does work in parallel, but it could be made better. Not only that, but also, as I was testing this, I don't know for whom, if people here in chat were also present while we were doing this thing, but if you've watched enough of my work on Zine, you remember that at some point we had a big bottleneck because of three-seater, because loading three-seater queries was weirdly slow. And that prompted this analysis that I did, prompted Neurosite to write basically a build step that, while during the build of Zine, and in his case of Flow, his text editor, to basically preload all these three-seater queries and serialize them in memory so that they basically become available to you right away, and you don't have to load them from disk anymore. And well, not from disk, but like you don't have to load them, and like you don't have to parse them anymore. And that has had a huge impact on the performance of Zine. So having AI involvement could have costed us also this understanding. That is a price that I am not willing to pay right now. Fuck no. So I guess my point is be careful. I feel like be careful because there's a chance that, you know how workplaces now say everybody should use AI. That's fair. But that comes at a big cost in personal growth, unless you are very precise with your use of AI. And I think that websites don't... I think that workplaces don't really highlight the trade-off there. Everybody keeps talking about how you should get on board with AI because that's the future, etc. But and everybody should use AI for everything. But the answer is that that's not free. Let's set aside the fact that they're like consuming that AI is consuming a ton of energy and whatnot. Even if you put that aside, although that cost is there, it's not going anywhere. But there's also the problem of personal growth, and there's a real risk that people get a stunted personal growth by not being careful enough using AI. End of rant. AI is in the future, it never will be. I don't think so. I don't think it's that bad. There's by the way, has everybody read this? Behind us. I might have typoed it slightly, but it's no, come on. Can anybody remember that blog post? Rolling the ladder up behind us. Okay, so that's what was the expression. Okay, so has everybody seen this post? Basically, this person is the creator of it's called Anubis, I think, which is a proxy that uses basically one of those crypto style proofs where the client has to do actual work to basically slow down crawlers. So if you're a user, you're fine. You don't really feel the fact that you're being throttled, in a sense. But if you're a fucking AI crawler, which are a scourge, then basically you're starting to you're getting slowed down significantly, and it's delightful. But in any case, this person makes the point that the same happened with textiles. So let me read a little bit because I think it's interesting. So cloth is one of the most important goods a society can produce. Clothing is instrumental for culture expression and for protecting one's modesty. Historically, cloth has been one of the most expensive items on the market. People bought one or two outfits at most and then wore them repeatedly for the rest of their lives. Clothing was treasured and passed down between generations, the same way that we pass jewelry down between generations. This cloth was made in factories by highly skilled weavers. These weavers had done the equivalent of PhD studies in weaving cloth and used state-of-the-art hardware to do it. And then factories started to emerge, and then, it's the... I mean, this story, hopefully, you learned about in school, right? Especially the stuff happening in the UK. I guess that's where the spiciest political stuff was happening, including beating down all the machinery in the factory to force factory owners to not use machines for this work. In any case, mind you, the weavers didn't just reject technological progress for the sake of rejecting it. They tried to work with the ownership class and their power looms in order to produce the same clothes faster and cheaper than they had before. For a time, it did work out, but the powers that be didn't want that. They wanted more money at any cost. And by the way, the argument being made in this blog post is that that's kind of what's happening with AI. They were called levelers. What exactly? Which group of people? I think the one term that I know about this stuff that everybody knows about is Luddite, right? Ludism. I might be mispronouncing it a little bit, but the word is that one. Basically, people breaking down these machines. Check out levelers. The levelers full concert. Oh, political movement. English Civil War, popular sovereignty, tolerance, populism. 1646. Is this the same? It's a short U sound. Okay, guys, I don't know how to do that correctly, so apologies. This is what you get. In any case, what is my point? My point, though, is that I don't really. I think this is a good post to read. I don't really agree with it. I think I saw this article recently called the $3,500 shirt. A history lesson in economics. Let's see. Obviously, it doesn't have good CSS. So it says, one of the great advantages of being a historian is that you don't get your knickers in as much of a twist over how bad things are today, because you know very well that stuff wasn't so good even in the either in the past. So I'm gonna scroll down to let's scroll down here. I mean, obviously it's worth reading, but so 7 hours of sewing, 72 hours for weaving, 1,500 hours for spinning, for a total of 579 hours to make one shirt. At a minimum wage of $7.25 an hour, the shirt would cost $4,000, $197.25. So I guess what is my point? My point is there's a ton of software out there that takes time to build, and it's ass. I would even argue that while probably the first textiles coming out of factories that automated this process probably were lower quality than what people were able to produce manually, I suspect that if you look at the evolution of this machinery over time, you will probably see that at some point it got to matching quality and then surpassed it. So, you know, tools take time to improve. Even the first cameras were absolutely ass. And the first cameras were a joke compared to what a painter could do. But give it some time, and the technology behind cameras got enough improvements. And, you know, and not that, you know, there was necessarily any gigantic breakthrough going forward in time. It was just like incremental improvements in good part, and that alone was enough to eventually make cameras compelling. And nowadays we consider photography and movie making movie making is a different thing. Let's say photography. We do consider photography a form of art nowadays. Probably at the time where cameras had just come out, painters would just laugh at the notion. So AI, you know, if it gets good enough at auto-completing shit, that's cool. And there's a lot of crappy software out there that takes time, and now you can have the same crappy software, maybe even slightly less crappy when you're lucky, for a fraction of the cost. If we go back to clothing, I guess not everything is good news, because it's not like the cheaper clothing hasn't saved us from slop. We do have the slop equivalent for clothing. We have fast fashion. We have what's it called? Like sweatshops in a bunch of countries. We have a giant amount of textiles, like of clothes, that gets thrown away and becomes piles of trash. So it's not everything is good, but honestly, the fact that a shirt is a family heirloom that you have to pass down by generation because a single shirt costs you $4,000, I don't know. I think it's a little bit too much. I think having machines do this work is better. Um, would you be willing to write down the important features or uses of your D menu pop-up thing? I've written one in... Wait, what the heck is D menu? I don't even know what D menu is. Is this D menu? Wait, what am I doing? Is this D menu? Is the top bar D menu? By the way, I don't know shit about this stuff. You hit a key button and you got a on-screen search thing. Yeah, but it's in the browser. It's the browser navigation thing. So yeah. You. Yeah, that's what it is. Anyway, anyway, I think that there's high quality software out there, okay? High quality software still needs to be high quality. Just like today, you still have people that do clothing by hand, but it's all high quality. And I wasn't there. I did not live in the UK in the 1600s, but I strongly suspect, or 1700s, but I strongly suspect that not all clothing that was being made manually at the time was very high quality. Some probably was. Some was amazing high quality. But probably the majority of it was not, because obviously when a fucking shirt costs you $4,000, well, the equivalent of $4,000, then if you can get it cheaper, you will get it cheaper if you're not super wealthy, obviously. And also clothing design at the time was probably designed to be long lasting, at the cost of at any cost, I suspect. Also probably, it was meant to be warm at any cost because of probably the cost of heating. And so you had basically one particular design. And I can imagine that whenever a factory started to make a type of shirt that wasn't designed for cold winters, people thought that it was just a flimsy piece of crap, even though maybe it also was. But that was like a type of clothing that I suspect wasn't even an option, because if you could only afford to buy 3 of these things, of course, in your lifetime, of course you're gonna buy them to survive winter rather than to have a nicer experience in summer. I guess in summer you can just take it off. In any case, so high quality software is still gonna be a thing, but crappy software is a reality that exists. There's a gigantic industry of crappy software. It's called enterprise software development mostly, and look, maybe AI is gonna make it better. I don't know. Maybe it won't. Maybe it will. But I think there are good chances that it will. That said, there's also a danger that people overuse it and end up stunting their growth because of that. And that's unfortunate if it happens. We should explain to people not to do that. But at the same time, it's just part of human evolution. Let me put it this way. And it's actually not necessarily... Okay, people stunting their growth, that's not good. But also, having fewer software engineers in the world, it's not necessarily that bad. For example, right now, AI has become good at translating things. And honestly, the fact that now we don't need as many translators, that's good in my opinion. That is actually great. The fact that you can get automated translation that makes more sense, that's delightful. Do people here in chat remember how bad it was to try and translate Russian or Chinese to English back and forth? It was a fucking nightmare. None of the translation tools were able to do a good job. But now AI, it's pretty decent in that. It's not perfect. There's some funny quirks sometimes, but it is pretty decent. I've translated Chinese messages and they sound coherent. They stop sounding absolutely meaningless and broken. But because that was the translator problem, it wasn't the original text. Most probably. I actually cannot tell for sure since I don't speak Chinese, but I strongly suspect that it was the translator tool problem. Okay, let's add this feature to Zine. Let's break compatibility. Actually, no. You know what? Before adding this feature, there was the other bug. Let's take a look at this bug. When I write /pipe in the title, it will cause a silent build error. That's very bad. That's very bad for problem tracking. /pipe in the title. I'm guessing this is a Ziggy problem then. Let's use this repro for that. Haha. Indeed. We crash indeed. We crash indeed. Zig.string literal parse unlock. Because you're trying to escape something that is not a valid escape. That's the problem, I think. So basically, this is a syntax error that we're not reporting correctly. Okay, let's go do this. So how do we do this? Step 1, go to the zone file and find Ziggy. Wire Ziggy to a local checkout. Not new window, but new tab. Go to Ziggy. Actually, while we're here, Zig build. Let's build against what we have locally before we do any change, so that we can, I don't know, at least double check that it builds. Let's see if we maintain the behavior. We do maintain the behavior. I expected because I was on latest Ziggy. And here we are in tokenizer talk lock unescape. Ziggy token unescape. Okay. Catch return error syntax. So what is the problem? I guess we're not using parser parse bytes. This can error out. So here we're using unescape. Here we're using unescape. So Zin debug stack trace. What is the panic? I guess the panic is above, because these all are reporting errors correctly. It's unfortunate we don't have debug symbols. So this all seems fine. I think the point is here we try to unescape. This should return an error, so we go up, and our call stack is parse this, parse that. Config load. I guess it's config load that it's returning a type of error that we're not handling. Let's see if that is if our suspicion is correct. We could also try to come up with a test case for this, but I suspect that it's fine, and maybe it's not really. It's not Ziggy. Root config load. So root config load. Let's see. Parse leaky. Fatal message. Error reloading the Zing config file. And then message. But. So we get into fatal message. But then. No, it's not. It's not my. It's not stripped. It's a bug in the master branch Zig. So if you're using Zig 014, you're good, but Zig 015 regressed debug info in a recent commit, and that's what I'm using right now. So that's what I'm getting. So configure on load should print this. Let's add the debug print here. If you use the build system, apparently not. Or maybe, I don't know, I'm doing something weird, but nah, I'm not really doing anything weird. So I don't know. Sure. So, okay, this is dirty because I have a Zig Windows build, but, you know. No debugging info anywhere. Can you delete your cache? Sure. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna clean all cache. It never really hurts. Then look for the Z in cache. So I'm gonna do verbose, I guess. Let's see. Am I missing stuff? To do the big monkey man. I would not to apply to internships as soon as I can. Most of them open in October, November. I'm concerned that I won't have built up many skills as if I applied later. Any advice? Well, internships are about building skills, so I guess it depends. You should read the description and see what they expect of you. But generally speaking, an internship should be something that, you know, requires you to be much more than a functioning human being to do. I think. Well, no, you know what? This might be too much. If you're doing an internship like in a software engineering team, you should know how to program, like the basics at least. Install dash C lines. Okay, zig out still the same. Nothing has changed. So we need to figure out where we got where would the executable, huh? To do the last line. Oh, cool. Yeah, you're right. ZCU.o. Is that supposed to be just zine.o? Yeah. Right, I don't have like a breakpoint. Okay, give me a sec. Still not great. Well, I guess we could see that directly from the executable, right? Because if it did succeed to load debug info, then it would work. Is it supposed to be called ZCU, the object file next to it? Isn't it supposed to be called zine? You know what? I'm gonna do it. You can stop me. Yeah, that did not work. Okay. Okay, so what's happening is that basically yeah, no, you know what? I have a real trouble understanding what's going on. Because we also the fact that this call is on the stack, it means I think I'm seeing is this so wait, is this an error trace also other than a stack trace? I'm guessing this is also an error trace, right? because this is telling me where the error is originating. This is not telling me where we're panicking, because we're definitely not panicking in here, right? I guess I should launch this in LLDB, and LLDB will stop where we died, and we died in here. So, oh, wait a second. I'm dumb. It's kind of correct, I think, what we're seeing, almost. Because we see the error. The error doesn't say anything, though. Like, the error fails to print this error condition that we are seeing. I guess this is a problem in the error handling code, then. Sorry, in the error printing code. Okay. Let's take a look at our error. How we format this bad boy. Maybe we can start from this. So this returns error.syntax. And what does the parser do when we get error.syntax? Parse leaky. Just does try. Oh, I think I understand what's going on. Since we have a token error, try parse value. I think the problem is that here we are not parse bytes. Next must. Okay, I think the problem is that this unescape is not adding an error to the nor this one. None of these guys are adding an error to a list of errors. So these things also do this. Yeah. Sub.add error. Okay. Here are errors that append. What's an error? Overflow. Expected syntax. So yeah, we need there we go. If it's a string, return an escape, but we need an escape error. So how do we do this? So we have self must, next must. I guess we need to do must unescape. Like self dot must unescape. We pass down the token. I can't remember the bug stack traces. Are you linking any extra external libraries? Yes, I'm linking to Traciter, CMark GFM, Woofs. Woofs is a C++ thingy. So I have 3 big things. Okay, so this is must unescape. Let's see other unescape mentions. Yeah. Okay. So we can add must unescape. Let's put it next to the max things. Pub function must unescape. So we return this catch error. So what can unescape return? It just returns error syntax. So we don't even really care about the error, or we can switch on it. I guess we can switch. Just to make sure that we don't silence other errors if they get added in the future. So that's why I'm adding this. If it's syntax, then we need to do the error addition thingy where we do this. So the type of error that we want is invalid syntax. Invalid syntax. Name. Unknown field, type mismatch. I almost wish we had a dedicated error type for this condition where we say and we fail to unescape a string specifically. But let's see what happens with invalid syntax. Syntax name selection. So selection we have name is the should it be the invalid? We can put here bad string bad escape. Okay, I think this is good bad escape. And of course, there's another programming error somewhere. What's happened? No field name syntax in error. Syntax. There's no syntax. Okay. There we go. Error while loading the Zing config file. Users piece of blah blah blah. Syntax error, bad escape. Oh, you know why? There's a tab I think somewhere in that file. I think that might be what's causing it. In any case, here there's there's a bit of fucked up math as you can see. We're like overflowing by 4, but I do think this might have to do with a tab character. I don't know. Let's confirm this, I guess. No, it's something else. Well, interesting. In any case, we got the basics down. So let's do this. Get status. So we need to push the git. Push. And in Zin, we zig fetch zig. Oh, fuck. No, the zone file is corrupted now. Take this out. Git status, that's the only change. Okay, so we fixed this. That's good. let's see. Let's find more bugs, more serious bugs. Remote image URLs aren't rendered from Markdown. Huh. Okay, let's add this to our Frankenstein repro. Missing side asset. And yet it starts with HTTPS. Why does it complain about HTTPS? So this is something that we need to figure out in Super Markdown. So let's go away from Ziggy. SuperMD. Is it really SuperMD that does this? Let me think about it for a moment. It is in parse, I think. Why is there no parser? AST? Oh, AST.zig, that's why. Okay. HTTP HTTPS in this entire project. Because somewhere we do check for that. Context utils. Right, this is in context. Yep. What is happening here? No, okay, so this part doesn't matter, I guess. I guess what matters is yeah, we're searching for HTTPS. In none of these cases we really do much with this stuff. And then immediately we go into fucking VS Code. Oh Jesus, okay, let's go back. Let's go the other way around. Findings, grammar, yeah, so everything else is elsewhere. Okay, so we don't do any HTTPS thing. So it means that the other checks are in Ziggy, sorry, in Zine. And we can even do this, I guess. And I think we are gonna be able to find this in not build.zig. Are you serious? It's not in any other zig file? That is weird. Oh, it's because it's not HTTPS. It's just HTTP. That is for sure. Right. Let's take a look at root because root is promising. No WebSocket. It's not served that we care about. Datetime. Build.zig.zig.zon. Okay. Maybe it is in here and I just searched for the wrong thing. I should have searched for HTTP. Okay, I need to remember where I do these checks. I believe it's in Zine and it's in Worker. No mention of HTTP. Um, but in AST.zig, yeah, wait a second, because this is a, okay, this all starts from actual syntax, from actual Markdown syntax. So this whole story starts from our analysis of image elements. So what is happening here with image elements? That's, I guess, the first question that we need to ask. Because we are turning image elements into Zig directives, and we do that in here. That is for sure. Let's see, analyze custom block, analyze list, analyze item, analyze footnote reference. There we go, image. Analyze siblings image. Okay, we look at the link. And if it starts with $, we complain because you can't put a Ziggy expression inside an image syntax. If it starts with a slash, we consider it a local image. Otherwise, we say, does it contain ://? Oh, there we go. So it's not a matter of HTTP. It's not. We're not even checking for HTTP or HTTPS. We're checking if it has a : //. And if it does, then we parse the thing and we say, okay, this is a directive kind image. This is the source. This is the alt, and it's a URL. And a URL is a remote thing. Like local assets are like this. So we are somehow failing this and entering here or something like that. So this is where we want to place our print statement, and we want to do also this. So this should give us information about how we see that stuff, I guess, at least. So we do agree that we see this, but then somehow we consider it a missing side asset. Okay, so this is not the only place where things could go wrong. Things could be going wrong also elsewhere. So let's just double check with the last print that we do enter here. And we say, yep. Yep, it's a remote image. Okay, just to double check. Let's make sure that this is the case. Yep, it's a remote image. Okay, so this code path is all fine. I guess we're messing something up elsewhere, not here. Okay, so that means that we don't need any special super markdown at this point. So the problem is in worker. In worker, we are analyzing. I think it's definitely in Zin, and I believe it's in worker that we do analysis of these things, and we're fucking something up in here. Infinite Coder 01, thank you for the raid. Welcome. Okay, so we're looking at we're analyzing content, we're looking at directives, and we're saying, I found an image directive. Link image video directives. Okay, it's a URL. We continue outer. Okay, so we don't enter even in here. Wait, continue outer. Is it literally just don't do anything in here? Um, okay, I think continue outer gets you, you know what? Can we go to this label? Okay, so this gets us to the end of this while loop. What happens outside of it? Nothing. Okay, so it can't even be this code because we literally skip all of this. None of this seems to be it. There's also, so we have page analysis errors. We have missing assets. We have missing asset. So this error that we see here that says error missing site asset, this might be us, because when you were printing missing site asset, that's missing site asset. So we do add an error. Somehow we do add an error for this. Here's one place where we do this. Here's one place where we do this. Here's one place where we do this. Here's also another one. Code is another one. Inline else in under page asset. Site asset. Build asset. So it seems that we're entering one of these guys, but we shouldn't, because it's a URL. So let's test our understanding of this and see debug.print remote image u. I don't remember if URLs have something complicated in them. I guess we're gonna figure it out soon. Also, I started editing files in another instance. That's bad. So we print this missing site asset, and we're not entering here. This is bad because somehow that's not a URL anymore. Something else changed. So I guess let's go here and let's do std.debug.print other directive. Let's print the tag, I guess. And well, for now, let's just do this tag, and then maybe we print all of it and just see what happens and just see what we get from that, I guess. So add tag name. I don't need to do this. Val.source. Something like this, maybe. T for context.link. Okay, so we immediately get the thing. Okay, so you know what? Let's just do this. See what happens. Source equals page asset. Somehow, somewhere, we have turned that source from URL to page asset. That's what happened. Who did this? Who did this? How do you have those scopes hovering on top? That doesn't exist in Helix. Are you using a plugin? Yeah, I'm using a work in progress feature. Like there's a PR for this in the Helix repository, and I'm using a build of Helix that has it already enabled. The maintainer is a guy named Sololicious/Soratenshi, who is also sometimes in chat. And yeah, so basically I'm using a branch of his. Yeah, but apparently this feature hasn't received the amount of attention that it should have. Not from Sololicious, but from the rest, I guess, of the Helix people. And so he's abandoning it. So I'm gonna lose it soon if I want to update to new Helix. Also because, you know, since it's not being merged, every time they change something, he has to redo the work, and I guess he got tired of that after a while, understandably. std.json has been totally rewritten. I think at least in part it has to have been rewritten because of the new reader writer APIs. Although I haven't done any of that work myself, so I know nothing about it. I would expect people to just wait until the plugin system. Yeah, but you know, new features of Helix were being developed with the expectation that they get, you know, merged into the core of Helix. So that's how Sololicious was developing it. Like there was participation also from the maintainers. It wasn't like a completely random, you know, person doing this work in a random fork. So, but then at the same time, what to add to core Helix or not is obviously not a trivial decision for the maintainers. So what ended up happening is just there wasn't enough, like, I guess, interest to really push this to the finish line and merge everything. And so it stayed for a while in that limbo until Sololicious kind of lost interest. Has anyone tried Jai? Curious to hear people's experience. You have to ask permission to try Jai. So I think you're in the wrong Twitch channel, Yoni Pants. I don't think that if I were to ask good Jonathan to give me access to Jai, he would allow me. And I guess in a form of guilt by association, the same would be true for not the totality, but the majority of the Zig people. I know this is a Zig stream. By the way, I absolutely do not have an issue with Jai at all. It's kind of more like the opposite, so like the inverse of it. So I don't know what to tell you. I don't know. Is there anybody in chat who has been lucky enough to try Jai? If they have, then maybe they can share their perspective. I don't think I'll ever be in a position to do so until Jonathan decides to open source it. If he decides to make it publicly available, then I will have an opportunity to try it. Before then, I suspect not. To be fair, though, I haven't asked. So, I can't accuse him of not do something that I haven't even asked him to do. That said, if I had to bet money, I mean, this would be an easy bet. This would be probably a very easy bet, considering that he has complained in the past that other languages were stealing his ideas, including Zig. So, yeah. How did our asset turn from a link to a page asset? Resolved. Right. There's a pass where we resolve page assets, where we resolve assets. And I think this is where the bug is. Where is it that we resolve assets? Well, there's a .resolved field. That seems a good hint on what to look for. Because we probably do touch that kind of stuff. You see, we set resolved on it. But also, we do this resolved stuff in here only after this thing is not URL. Like, this is already a URL before we even get here. So how did that happen? How did that happen? Because before here, we haven't analyzed content at all. So this is analyze page. Which is after parsing, I think. Wait, is it really just analyze page? Let me see. Page parse. Oh, I know, because parse is in here. Yeah, parsing is inside the page itself. Do we do any weird like massaging of the page? Not really. Okay, so this is something happening before we analyze the page. You know what? Maybe it is in SuperMD, and what we need to do is look at who calls us and see if they try to be sneaky about something. Because it does seem that we truly enter here and we do this. Also, page asset. Was that a page asset for us? It was a page asset. Oh no, I just realized. Wait a second. What's happening in here? Look at this. There's an else. There's an if that does something. And then there's this. What the heck is going on? This is also what? Okay. Let me reduce font size because I want to read this well. What the heck is happening? So if if the URL if the text is a link, then we parse it and we set the directive to source. And then here we are doing this clean source, but how did this happen? So what are we even trying to achieve here? We're saying if it's a dot slash, like if it starts with dot star, okay, so this is like an else if basically. Like the idea is that we consider it a page asset otherwise. Okay, the idea is we consider it a page asset otherwise. And the problem is this. The problem is that we just need to return here. We're just missing a return, basically. Or we put this inside an else, but I think the return is good enough. Okay, so it means that the problem was in SuperMD after all, potentially. So go back to using our local version, builds in, runs in, and now everybody's happy, except the extra printing garbage. What a silly mistake to make. Okay, where's the printing that needs to go? Worker. Go away, go away. Go away, go away. There we go. Okay. Is it missing an H? Category. There's no H in category, right? So there's no H in this guy. Fix miscategorization of remote URL images. There we go. Fix 150. Feels good. These are kind of silly bugs that are really breaking for a user, but so dumb on my part, I guess, to have those. But we did it. So there's this one. This one is different. This is more like a new feature. Feature. Clear terminal. Output. Should we clear? I think it makes sense. To be honest, it does make sense. I'm not gonna tackle this now. I think it's slightly more complicated. So everything else is pretty much a new feature request. This one we might add. So since we're adding some, are we adding any breaking change right now? We're not really adding any breaking change so far. We might add one if we change this one. Might as well bake everything in. Let's see. What are people saying about Jai? Just out of curiosity, how different are Helix scheme bindings compared to Vim? They are different, but like the order in which you do things is different. Like you do selection, then verb. I believe in Vim you do verb and then second selection. So like delete 5 words, while in or like delete word, for example. While in Helix you would do word to select the word. You see that the word has been selected, and then you do delete. I think that some keybinds are more succinct in Vim. You have fewer keystrokes, but also you don't have the opportunity of seeing what your command is going to do. You only see it after the fact, which is, in some ways more efficient, in some other ways harder to reason about. I think the example that I just gave, it doesn't really matter much. But for example, Helix has multiple cursors, and those are so much better when doing like multi-line big refactorings than what you get from Vim, because in Vim you mostly have to go in blind, and then after the fact you see if it went well or not. And I don't know, I guess it depends on how comfortable you feel with either system. Let's see, someone has an idea. I thought it was a good idea, so I tried to do the same thing. This is definitely stealing. No one should try to learn from other people. Yeah, it's definitely a peculiar perspective on I don't know, like private property of ideas. It's definitely not the most enlightened take on any of this stuff that I've ever seen. So it is what it is. Okay, so we don't have any breaking change for now. maybe we might want to push the breaking changes, the non-breaking changes into a patch release, make a patch release and then make another release with the breaking change afterwards. I guess that would help people when it comes to upgrading, but Zine is, I don't know, it's not a huge breaking change that we're going to add, so I guess we can do it, fuck it. So the idea is in release, there's a new flag that we add, so let's add some code to the parsing code, where we say that we support another thing called, well, we need, I guess, command has force, which is a bool. Let's see, output your path, we don't know. Build assets, drafts false, var force is false by default. And then we say, I guess something like this. What's the easiest way? I think this is the one that I can copy most easily. Dash F force equals true. Do you get paid more to stream or more to work on Zig? I'm not asking for numbers. I pretty much don't get paid to stream. I occasionally get somebody to subscribe, but I can promise you it's nothing compared to actual people that do streaming full time. Even if you include like ad revenue from the YouTube channel, no, that is not a career. Or rather, I'm not doing the things that I would need to do to make this a career, not even remotely. So, I can tell you right now, I have 20 subscribers, and I believe that 16 of them are, well, maybe not 16, but like more than 10 of them were just somebody, gifting subscriptions to people. So they are basically a one-time thing because people then don't necessarily renew their subscription that they were gifted. And this is it. So yeah, no. and you can do the math, right? Even with 20 subs, that's €5 each, half of which goes to Twitch, and then you take the remaining amount and you add tax on top, and you subtract tax, I guess. And yeah, no, absolutely. But it's fine. Like I stream because I have to do some work, nevertheless, and so I basically just do two things at once. I guess I'm less productive by streaming than just doing the work myself, but at the same time, there's the opportunity to chat with people, learn things about what's happening in the Zig community, and check in sometimes with people when they come say hi. It's like office hours in a sense. It's the I don't know, VP of community office hours. And sometimes somebody comes in with like questions about how to do things with Zig, and you can chat about that, for example, also. So in the end, I believe it's not a bad usage of my time. But if I wanted to be like an actual streamer, I would need to make sure that the stream is more entertaining. I would have to focus more on trying to get people to subscribe. I would have probably to have a regular posting schedule on YouTube. I would have to make more tutorials about silly stuff. I would probably need sponsors, because the fact that most YouTube channels have sponsors, I don't think it's because they're like evil in any shape or form, but because over time YouTube has learned how to fine tune how much money creators make, so that they don't make too much money, so that YouTube gets more money. Like not necessarily in an evil sense, but like it's nature. That's how it works. So yeah, I'm not doing any of this stuff, at least for now. In the future, who knows? But I don't know. What are you doing today? I am fixing my static site generator. If you never use it, it's called Zine. You go to zine-ssg.io and you can check it out. So what's the difference between you and, like, for example, Toggle? Toggle does nothing other than troll his chat and write Rust. And I mean, he has not amazing money. He still needs a real job, but it's enough to be worth it, his time. Yeah, good question. Let me try to think about it. So, starting from the fact that I honestly do not know how much money he makes, but I do believe it seems absolutely reasonable to assume that he has basically built a bigger community, way bigger community than I have around his stream. So yeah, he probably is a way more successful Twitch streamer than I am right now. I guess it boils down, I would say, in part just because people like him, so they enjoy hanging out with him and watching him do stuff. And I think also another part of it is that he's been more diligent about it. And I'm saying this because I think it shouldn't be underestimated the effort that some content creators make into doing stuff. Like when I approach Twitch streaming, I am fairly selfish. I have stuff to do, and I do that on stream. So people get to watch me while I do my stuff, and you can chat, you can interact with me. But I mostly do things for myself. I don't do things to entertain chat. So you see me work on a real project and do all the super boring stuff on a real project rather than do entertaining projects that maybe are like well designed to be contained in one and resolved in one stream. So I believe that Toggle also has worked on a big project for a long time, right? And a theme at the very least. So I'm not saying that that's all he does, not at all. But I believe that he does care about entertaining chat more than I do, and I think that has paid off. Along the fact that he's a cool guy, so people just want to hang out with him, and that makes total sense. As Toggle, and I've been in his chat for years, he'll never say, but I've sort of picked up on that at least enough that if he quit, it would be a net negative. Well, wait, I'm not sure I understand what you mean. If you quit, it would be a net negative. In which sense? You're just saying, in like from an economical perspective, that for him doing the streaming is worth his time, monetarily, in that sense? I mean, that makes sense. Toggle sometimes streams with chat disabled, though. Interesting. Mm-hmm. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. I missed some chat. Maybe he's doing it for fun. Not everything is about money. I mean, when I spoken with Toggle like privately, when setting stuff up when we were doing streams together, he gave me a strong impression that he truly enjoys streaming. So I would say that is certainly part of the equation. To me, it feels like a fact that is part of the equation. That said, obviously, you as much as one enjoys doing this stuff, streaming is time consuming and it's energy consuming, and you have to, what's the expression, make meats end. So at the end of the day, you have to bring home money. He has, I believe, a kid, so those things are fucking expensive, man. So if he wants to have luxury of that kind, he has to do work. Okay, so we have support for a force flag. By the way, I'm happy to continue the discussion if you guys have more to say. I'm just going to make some progress in the meantime. Okay, so we have a force flag that we parse, and it's part of our command. And now we need to behave over it. So we do the build, and the build install stuff. I think that what we should do is do this check beforehand. So I don't think that this general code should concern itself with the state of the output error path. I think that even before we do the work, we say, is this there empty or not. And if it's not, yeah, let's bail early. So let's do it, I guess, here. Technically, we don't even need the config, so we could do it even earlier, maybe. Let me think about it for a moment. Although, no, never mind. Having the config available to us is good. We also want to have a route after loading the config successfully. That's for sure. Okay, let's do it here. So if cmd, if not cmd.force, then we need to check. I believe the CFG has stuff that we want. CFG has, oh, it just has a site or a multilingual site. I think it has also methods. So load is to create it. Then we have validate. Get layouts to their path, get assets to their path, get static assets, get host URL. No, none of that matters to us. We do care about the command output their path, which might be null. And if it's null, then it's on our coded path. Output their path. Is it in worker that we do this? Yeah. Yeah, at the end of render page, we do this stuff, right? If we're on disk, then we do alloc printing with page, blah, blah, blah. Where do we do the installed part? Do create file out there. Out there, what is it? Disk.installdir. Who sets this installdir? It's part of mode. It's part of mode and we pass it here. Oh, I see, but we pass in options, which has a mode. It contains only this. But then we pass down something similar but different to people. Sorry, to downstream functions. Okay. So we need to do some work here. So I guess we can do ensure empty output there. And we pass in what? We pass in cmd.output their path. And we pass in also the base their path. Although I'm curious that we have only the base their path. So here's what I'm trying to remember. When you specify a path, a output their path, is that relative to your CWD or is that relative to where the Ziggy file is? And I don't remember how I defined this. I need to think about this for a moment. Where do I know how I define this? I guess it depends on how we in worker, when we render the page. Actually, render job kind has, oh, that's fine, but it's in build maybe. It's not in build. Base their path, base their mode. Oh, here's a mode in here. Yeah, there we go. If mode is disk, then we have an install there. So we need to check how we instantiate this. And this is what how we make a build. So who makes a build? The build is built by root. Root is what returns us a build. And so here we have to check when it creates install dir. Yeah, and it's build mode disk install dir. And we call build.load. Okay, so it's loading the build that makes this decision. Yeah, okay, there we go. Install base dir. If you didn't pass anything, then we base it on base dir. If you passed something, then we base it on CWD. There we go. This is the logic. There we go. Which, by the way, it's making me think that since we're having this decision making in here, you know, actually what? I'm starting to think that maybe it's here that we should error out. And we can do that by doing a fatal. Honestly, this seems good to me because here is where we are also like opening this directory. We're like make open path. So we have it open. We don't want to open this thing multiple times if we don't have to. So this is the location for that check. So we want to wire in that parameter. We want to pass down whether we want to force stuff or not, I think. And here we do the check, not up above. What is the best project I can do with Zig to learn the language? There is no one singular answer to that question. The answer to that question depends in good part with things that you... it depends on what it is that you know, what it is that you don't know, and what it is, well, obviously, and what it is that you're interested in. So, for example, I guess the general idea is you want a project where you can truly benefit from having full control over the machine, from being able to design your own memory management scheme, from being able to have efficient access to system primitives like threads. I'll give you like a counterexample to each of these things. If you are using Python, then threads, you don't have access to threads because in Python you have the global interpreter lock, and even the new Python without the global interpreter lock still has a bunch of locking going on. And so multi-threading is borderline meaningless to you because nothing makes sense at that level. Well, if you're using Zig, spawning new threads and sending work to those threads does have a gigantic impact on the performance of your programs. If I make a single-threaded build of Zine, you will see it run much, much slower than a multi-threaded build because the multi-threaded build can, well, do work in parallel, which is a big deal. So this is one. Another one is manual memory management. In Zig, you can, enjoy things like I want to make a game and I want it to be efficient. And so I don't want to allocate and free things all independently. I want to do them all at once with an arena. And so you have access to this in Zig. It boils down mostly to performance, but it's not entirely that. There's also some other primitives that the OS can give you, where sometimes you can pull off a mechanism that you wouldn't be able to pull off just by using a higher level abstraction that hides that abstracts away certain nuance in how you can do things. For example, Zig makes clever use of file locking primitives to do atomic swaps of files on disk. Sometimes that's part of how the cache works, for example. And I think I will need to leverage some of that for Zine as well in the future. So this is the general idea. Here's where performance becomes concrete in a very tangible way. Audio processing. Have you ever made an application that deals with sound so that maybe can capture input from your microphone and play it out on your speakers? It's like an echo application, but a very simple one. Doing that in Zig is very nice, in my opinion. Audio is complicated, so strap in. Even something simple, you have to strap in. But that's definitely something that you would hit a performance ceiling and thus a functionality ceiling pretty easily with Python. Again, I'm picking Python as the punching bag of this series of comparisons. I don't want to hate on Python specifically too much. It's just like the quintessential example of a higher level programming language that gives you some things, but also takes some things away. So, so parsers and interpreters. So like, programming language stuff. Sound, it's another one. These are like two categories of things that really make sense to do with Zig, where you can enjoy that. Language server, for example. Is there a file format that is not too complicated that you always wanted to have a language server for, and there isn't any? Or you would be curious to try your hand at making one yourself? That's another thing that you can do in Zig, which is really nice. You can also do a language server in Python, but, yeah. Is building abstractions and or discouraged in Zig? When you program, you pretty much always build abstractions. There's no escape from that. But a function by itself is an abstraction. Like function takes a piece of functionality and wraps it in a one line name. That is an abstraction. Even another way of looking at the same thing is that functions, in the sense of having a well-defined execution that then returns back to the caller, that's also an abstraction over what machine code can do. Like go to, the famous go to instruction, and in general jump in assembly. You can do much weirder shit than functions, but for everybody's mental sanity, nowadays we don't do that much because the cost is negligible most of the time, and the ability to just put one function call in a line, it's pretty good. So you do build abstractions with Zig. That said, building abstractions is complicated because you're kind of building like a tower, right? A tower of Legos, and or like think of Tetris, for example. And if you leave holes in the abstraction, so you make mistakes in designing the abstraction, all these things really sum up, and like they combine and make it and make everything that you build above much jankier. So having bad primitives, bad infrastructure, bad fundamental abstractions, it's a disaster. So long story short, I think there are languages where you get tempted to build a ton of abstractions right away, and the reality is that you're not going to build good abstractions, and you will focus too much on preventing people from misusing your abstraction than actually making a good abstraction to use. I don't know if it makes sense. Like you're focusing too much on preventing the abstraction from being bad, that you forget that you should make a good abstraction in a sense. I don't know, think C++, for example. C++ has, you look at the piece of C++ and there's like this, every single line of everything has like this gigantic pile of abstractions behind it that nobody ever is able to understand and keep in mind all at once, in their brain all at once. So this is the type of approach to abstractions that Zig is not in favor of. But that is not to say that this is an anti-abstraction language. You kind of cannot have an anti-abstractions programming language that is Turing complete, or that is reasonable, in my opinion. Yeah, the idea is keep it simple when possible. Okay, let's do this work. So we check for an empty output, and we say, I guess we can call a function there. So in release, instead of doing it here, we basically do it here in build, more or less. But we need to pass this stuff down. So we have the command. We do config load. We pass this down. In mode disk also needs check output there equals to not cmd.force. And we need to add this. Okay, and then we're gonna need to basically also, I guess we can make it equals to true, honestly. Sorry, equals to false by default. And other locations don't have to worry about this, because in reality we only worry about this in release. Oh, now that I think about it, never mind actually. No, because we also only use disk mode in release. Nothing else uses disk mode. So we might as well make it explicit. That's fine. Okay, so we can go and build now. And we can have oh, check empty output. That's actually a good name. Check empty output. Release. There we go. Check empty output. I like it. So if options check empty output, then we call this function. So we do this work in a function. Do. And what we pass down is the installer, because we have it open. Ensure empty install there. But we also want the path, honestly. There we go. Ensure empty install there. And this is the path. The path is used for error messages, basically. Okay. So basically we want to, does it have like, maybe there already has something like is empty. I don't think so. Function. Let's see, what can you do on a directory? Can iterate on it. Can iterate, assume first iteration. You can walk. Oh, maybe we never iterate on it. So we can do iterate, assume first iteration. Create file, make dir, make path, make on path, real path, sats, delete file, delete dir, rename, symlink, atomic, read file, delete 3, access w, update file, copy file, atomic file, stat, chmod, chown, metadata. Okay, what we want to do basically is iterate and iterate, assume first iteration, and then assert that the iterator gives us nothing. That's it, basically. Assume first iteration. Do we need to try this? We don't need to try. Okay, so we basically say if it.next. Iteration can also fail. How can it fail? Let's take a look at possible failure. To do iterator. What's the error? These are the errors. So I guess errors should be fatal. So we can do a fatal dir on that. We can basically do this. I think on next catch There we go. This is going to be fatal there. That's fine. And then we say if next is different than null, then we complain. And what fatals do we have? I think we want fatal message. We want fatal message, yes. Okay, so fatal message is going to be fatal.message is going to be, let's use multi-line strings. Aborting release, maybe. Install a release in a non-empty directory. I'm thinking that maybe let's see how do we print errors normally. Error colon unexpected single argument. Okay. So we can do this error. The output directory is not empty. Maybe put a new line in there. Okay. How do we print errors when the error is relative to a file? Let me reintroduce the bad escape here. How do we do this? We print the path, right? But I think this is fine as is. Because honestly, it doesn't matter for us in this case to really print the path. I think the user can figure it out what is the expected output path. Although we have the info, why not print it, like, for their convenience? We do know what the output path is supposed to be. So okay, that's right. Zig build. Oh, we have a compiler error. What's up? Check empty output. No field name check empty output in root.options. You're right, because it's part of disk. So this is happy. Zin release. First time works. Second time, error. The output directory is not empty. Use -f or force to install a release in a non-empty directory, but be aware that all files will not be removed. Info, the install path. And then it's on a new line. Yeah. I think we need an extra new line. We ended with a slash. So the path might contain a slash though. I think info should be above note. And it succeeds with -f. This is good. We have good behavior. I like this. So this is gonna fix that. This is gonna implement basically that issue. So wait, did anybody PR this by any chance? No what? I should have checked for this, but I don't think they did. Oh. Currently there is a discrepancy between how server and build expect the install path to be formatted. Okay, no, this is an old one that has nothing to do with what we have right now. Although, that's probably a good one also to include in the release. We'll see. Okay, so this is it. I'm gonna call it a day. Thank you all for hanging out. This has been all the work that I'm gonna do. And I'm gonna have dinner instead. Helix does not have a config.d or languages.d sort of thing. I don't know what you're supposed to put in there, but if it's like a directory where you have like languages configuration stuff, it has one. It's called the runtime directory, and that's where it contains like grammars and other things. But again, maybe I just don't know what that stuff is. So thank you all for hanging out, and remember, asynchrony is not concurrency. Don't mix them up. They're different things. And yeah, go do good shit, cool shit with Zig, and then ping me about it and let me know next stream. So thank you all. Let me see if there's anybody streaming Zig that we want to raid. It has to be Zig. If it's not Zig, I'm not raiding. That's my new policy. And now we're like hardcore. Oh, Lucas develops. That's who we're rating. Man, there's Zig streams every single time now. Let's go. You could rate Rustman. Who's Rustman? Wait, let me remove the search. Who's Rustman? Is there any Rustman streaming right now? You're not talking about Toggle, right? Toggle is not live. I would stream. You know what? It has to be Zig or Toggle, basically. Let's start the raid. Oh, it doesn't have to be Zig. I see. No. It's either somebody who I already know, or it has to be Zig. Well, go say hi to Lucas for me. It's dinner time.